Hello and welcome to the wonderful and profitable world of Forex trading. Forex Trading for Newbies is the course that will show you step by step how to be a successful Forex trader even if you're starting from scratch. So without further ado, let's explore what's covered in this exciting Forex trading course. Hello and welcome to the Forex Trading for Newbies Forex Trading Course Overview. Here are some of the things that you are going to be learning in this exciting Forex trading course. First, you're going to learn how to download and install your free Forex trading software. The great thing about this, naturally besides the fact that it's free, is that it is full featured. What you can do with this software is you can chart any of your favorite Forex currency pairs. You get real-time data, and you also get a practice account where you have the ability to see how things progress with your trading before you commit real funds. This is very exciting news and will allow you to hone your Forex trading skills as we continue through the course, and allow you to follow along step by step and do things in exactly the right fashion. We have a quick start tutorial for you that will help you hit the ground running, so to speak. The quick start tutorial goes through lots of things in an abbreviated form in order to get you set up again as quickly as possible. Also, how to set up your Forex trading software, creating your workspace for profit. This is a more in-depth, step-by-step setup so that you can tweak your software workspace exactly the way you want it. And also, we show you how to set up each of the screens that we'll be using in the course so that it's so much easier for you to follow along and understand instantly all the things that are going on, so that it makes perfect sense to you and that Forex trading becomes simpler than you ever thought possible. The ever important introduction to risk control. There is no such thing as reward without risk. We want you to know that up front. We want you to be an educated Forex trader, and learning about risk control is absolutely essential. Here is where the rubber meets the road. There's a lot of theory surrounding Forex trading, but it's important to see live trading examples. So, we'll show you how to place trades with your software in the same fashion as we're doing in the live trading examples. Another live trading example, we show you the use of indicators and how indicators can be used to create your own customized Forex system. Breakout trading, very, very, very effective. Breakout trading takes advantage of trend momentum, either bullish or bearish, and allows you to ride that trend for maximum profit. Another live trading example, because we learn by doing the best way. Live trade follow-up, absolutely essential to cover what went right with the trades, what went wrong with the trades, etc. More live trade wrap-up here. Essential Forex correlation trading, how the currency pairs move in relation to one another, can make the difference between mediocre trading results and incredible trading success. And we go into this so that you will understand the basics of Forex correlation trading. Forex support and resistance, very, very important to get an idea of where prices may travel, where momentum may begin, where momentum may end, These are all very important things for you to know. And quite naturally, much, much more is covered in this extensive Forex Trading for Newbies course. So, without further ado, we're going to jump right in and start trading Forex. All right, the very first step to working with MetaTrader, of course, is to download MetaTrader itself. And we go to metaquotes.net for that. Scroll down here to download client terminal and open demo account. Scroll down here, download MetaTrader. And I like saving it to a folder on the hard drive. Your situation may be different. Some people may choose to run it from the actual site, but that's not my particular preference. We'll save mt4setup.exe right here. Looks like the site is busy today. And then we'll open up the folder here. We'll pop right in. There we are. So we'll double click on the executable file here and we'll install. This installation will be in English. Read the end user license agreement and agree to it. Decide where you'd like for it to be installed. Typically, Windows machines, it's in the C program files directory. Okay, so here we go. Now let's launch MetaTrader. Alrighty, here we are. We are inside of MetaTrader. This is the default screen that pops up. And let's take a gander over here. We'll pop over here, go down, and here where it says open account. And this is what you'll have to do in order to get the live data coming in. You'll have to put in your name, country, state, etc. All this information here, your phone number, the level of leverage that you'd like. 1 to 100 is the default here. The currency, your email address, as well as the amount you'd like to start off with. A simple example. We're going to start off with $5,000, a modest amount of money to start trading with in order to show that this amount of money can grow. You'll agree to subscribe to the newsletters before you can get a next down here, so you'll notice that. Now, I'm already signed up for this, so this is already all set. Once you sign up, you'll be here. Your data will be live, and you'll notice down here in the trade that the equity balance will be $5,000, which was the amount that we previously specified. For setting up MetaTrader, this is what we've done. We've downloaded MetaTrader from the metaquotes.net site. We've installed MetaTrader in our program files directory, or whichever directory you chose, and we've signed up for the demo account. When you receive your, you'll receive a username and passwords for your demo account, and keep those in a safe place when you receive those. So we're all set to trade and explore trading inside of MetaTrader. What we're going to do next is we're going to explore the features of MetaTrader so that we can customize the look and feel and make it a comfortable platform for us to work with. Thank you. Hello and welcome to the MetaTrader Quick Start module. In this module, what we're going to do is we're going to show you how to get up and running with some customized screens so that you can begin to explore the different currency pairs at your leisure. So, with that in mind, the very first thing you're going to do is, after installation, we're going to go to the default charts. These are the default charts right here. And what we're going to do is we're going to right click and we're going to click on properties and we're going to click on colors. Okay. Now the first thing we want to do is scroll down here to black on white, thusly. Okay. And the very next thing we want to do is where it says bar up right here, we want to mark that as green. Where it says bar down, which is the very next tab down, we want to mark that as red. Bull candle, we want to change that from the default white to green. Bear candle, we want to change that from the default green to red. And we want to click OK. All right, there we have it. Now, this is what we'd like to see as far as our candlestick charts are concerned. So what we're going to do is we're going to save this so that we can bring this up anytime in any chart that we want. So here we go. We're going to right click, go down to template, go down to save template. Now I've already created this. So candlesticks, you can call it candlesticks, you can go and call it candlesticks 1, whichever you prefer. We'll just save it as candlesticks. In my case, it's going to ask me, do I want to replace it because it's already here in yours? Since candlesticks is not there, you don't want to replace it. But let me go back here, and I'd like to change this to candlesticks 1 with a capital C there, and let's save that. Okay, tells me it already exists, no problem. Okay, there we go. Now, we've saved that as candlesticks 1. Now, the very next thing we want to do is customize all the rest of our charts in this fashion. But before we do that, we are going to set up for trading the euro dollar US dollar. Now you can set up any currency pair that you like. In this case, we're going to set this one up as a standard. So in order to do that, you can see this is a pound dollar, and these are all different currency pairs here. What we're going to do is simply grab that and drag it, and it becomes euro dollar US dollar. Grab that, drag it, that becomes euro dollar US dollar. Grab that, drag it, that becomes euro dollar US dollar. Now we've done that, we've got that all on these charts. The next thing we're going to do is we're going to go to template, and I'm trying to remember to slow down here so you can follow along and do the exact same thing. And what we want to do is we want to apply the candlesticks 1 template to each one of these charts so that all 4 of the charts in our screen are candlestick charts. Template up to candlesticks 1. There we go. Now as you can see, none of the indicators are here in any of these because in the template we didn't save any indicators. Okay? So when you want to save indicators, you can do so simply by changing the template, by placing an indicator on here on any of the charts and then saving the template. Okay? Now, what we'll want to do from here is we want to look at various periods of the candlesticks. So say we wanted to start with daily here as our largest time frame. Then we wanted to go, well, let's not do that. Let's pop back Let's start here with hourly. For our purposes here, we're going to make that our smallest time frame. The next one was going to be 4 hours. That's already set up. The very next one, and all you do is click on this little tab here. Or there's another way to do it. You can click on the periods and go down here and set it as well. So we're setting that daily. We're setting this up as weekly. Okay? So, okay, we've got this 1 hour, 4 hour, daily, weekly. We've got perspective here, and we're focusing on the euro dollar, US dollar. Now, something very important for us to do as far as customization is concerned is to go over and to save our screen setup here as a profile. And give it a new profile name. You can call it whatever you want. Let's call it, I've already saved this one. Let's call it EUR USD candlestick. Make sure you spell it right so you'll know what you're looking at. Candlestick profile 1. Okay. So we're going to save it. There we go. There's our candlestick profile 1 all saved up. Show you back what we would have looked at as far as default. There's a default chart. We pop back over and go here to EUR USD candlestick profile 1. Set it up as such, and we are more than set to go. Now, say for instance, we don't want to do candlesticks. What we want to do is we really want to do these same period studies in hour, 4 hour, daily, and weekly, but we rather do it in bar chart format. Well, we can certainly do that. There's two different ways. We can click here for bar chart, and as you'll see, we'll get a bar chart that's a multicolored type of thing, and that's not what we're looking for. We'd like more of a standard type of bar chart. So what we're going to do is we're going to roll down here to properties, right click all the way down to the bottom to properties, or click F8. In fact, I'm going to left click to make this disappear, and I'm going to hit F8, and there we go. Okay. Let's go back to black on white, like this, and click OK. And then up here, click on bar chart. And there we have everything set up as a bar chart for us. Okay. You notice that if you zoom in, the bars get thicker. Zoom out, the bars get smaller. And I'm going to make sure that's turned on auto scroll. Okay. There we go. Okay, so in keeping with a quick start, let's save this as a template. And I'm simply calling this one bar chart 1. So I'm going to save it. I already have one named bar chart 1. So for you, you're not going to see this message. It's just going to, you're just going to save it, and that's bar chart 1. So let's apply the templates. Bar chart 1, bar chart, and bar chart 1 right there. So we've got bar charts all around. You can change these colors, of course, to anything you want. This is just a standardized place for us to start experimenting. Okay, so we'll go over here, and what we're going to do is we're going to save the profile as EUR USD bar chart 1. And there we go. So we're all set there. We can pop back and see how these things work. Okay, there we go. That's a default. There is our euro dollar US dollar bar chart set up here. Okay. So you can go to any of the profiles that you like. Now here's a quick way to get to each of the profiles as well. You can go Control 5 to the next one, or you can hit Shift F5. Control F5, Shift F5. Move forward and backwards that way. This is how that would look. That's all I'm doing. Is hitting Control F5. Now to move backwards, I hit Shift F5 and move backwards. There we go. Okay. So this is where you are. You're ready. You're all set. If you wanted to do candlesticks of your 4 favorite currency pairs, you could do that as well. Again, you'd simply find your favorite currency pair over here, and drag it and drop it to any of the charts here. When you're in the mode of trading, you'll want to zoom into the chart that you'd like to focus on. For instance, say I've looked at my overview here, weekly, daily, 4-hour, 1 hour, and these time frames can change depending upon which particular type of trading system that you're using at the time. I like to look at longer term and work my way down, and I call that top-down trading, so that I can get a good idea of the prevailing trend here on the weekly, which, as we can see here in this particular case, is up. Then the daily trend is up. The 4-hour, we can see the trends there. We can see some movement in a consolidation here, and we see a finer example of that consolidation here. Okay, so then I would go to my smallest time frame chart and move it around, get some perspective. If I have a methodology in mind, then I will place the trades according to that particular methodology. And what I'm talking about is an actual predefined Forex trading system. If I'm trading via candlestick patterns and I'm doing things manually and I'm looking for certain patterns, then I open up this particular chart and look for some patterns that would lend themselves to a trade of some type. As I'm looking over here, I'll be seeing spinning tops develop over here as far as candlesticks are concerned, and thinking that we're at a point of some trend exhaustion in this particular area. Anyway, let me minimize that. Not to go into too many specifics, just wanting you to see how you can set your charts up. Okay. Now, if you've got a particular favorite type of indicator that you want to use, you can do that too. There are lots of different ways to do that as far as indicators are concerned. And what we'll do is, before we go there, what we'll do is scroll down, and there's indicators here. Say, for instance, you're a fan of moving average. There we go. Here's a moving average. This is a 100 period. Say you're interested in a 10 period moving average. Simple moving average, and applied to the close. All right, there we have it. There's our moving average. Now, just to show you in the quick start how this would apply to templates. So you want the moving average on this one, and that you wanted to save the template as candlesticks and put a dash in here, candlesticks, and we'll put 10 SMA. And the 10 stands for the period. It's a 10 period simple moving average is what SMA stands for. You put that in there and click save. And then as you can see, we can go back here through templates. There's the one we want. There's the one we want. There's the one we want. And what we've done here is we've applied the indicator to a template to show basically that whatever you place on your chart, your indicators, the type of chart, bar or candlestick, you can save as a template and then apply that template very easily to other currency pairs as well as other time frames. So that works out great. As you can see here, the weekly's been above the 10 period moving average. Daily, for the most part, has been above the 10 period moving average with some slowing in here. 4 hour, 1 hour. It's just a great way to get perspective again on all of your trading. Now we'll pop back over here and just show you this. Okay, EUR USD candlestick. Let's see, candlestick 10 SMA. And again, you don't even have to name it as a, say, profile because it's in the profile section, so obviously it's a profile. And you can put that in there and click OK. And there you have it. We can go to Control F5, move forward, move forward, move forward, move forward. Okay, there we have candlesticks and with a variety of currency pairs, all 4 hours. There we have Euro dollar, US dollar. There's R set up there for candlesticks. Here's a same type of candlestick setup, but with the pound dollar. There we are again with a different type of moving average. There we are. There's our bar chart. We ran out, huh? And let's pop back down here. And that's it. Candlesticks. Oops, wrong one. Sorry. Go to our default. Okay. Here we are. We're all set. Back here at our default profile. And let's go straight to our EUR USD candlestick profile. I'm going to delete that indicator. So here we are. Here's the starting point. You can start with any particular currency pair that you want, but the entire purpose of the quick start video was to show you how to customize your charts, customize your templates, and be able to pull up a template at will with the information that you wanted on it, and also save groups of charts as profiles. Thank you very much for viewing the Quick Start module. Okay, so to run over the personal details again, in the previous screen mine were blanked out because they are, as I say, personal details, correct? So here you put your name, your country, city, state, zip, your address, your phone number, your email, currency you prefer to work in, and naturally you're going to have to check the I agree to subscribe to your newsletters in order to get the next button to show up. I'll show you how that works. See, you have to click that. Now here you have the opportunity to choose the level of leverage, 1 to 100, meaning basically if you had $1,000 in the account, then you can basically control a Forex contract worth $100,000, say the euro dollar, US dollar, for instance. Okay, so here you can adjust the amount of leverage. Here, again, as we stated before, I left this at $5,000. You may want to change that. It may change for certain types of things I want to demonstrate, such as a larger Forex portfolio using a standard account, a standard size contract. So in that case, it would need to be larger as far as the deposit level is concerned. But currently, we're leaving this at the $5,000 mark. So here it is as it stands, and you fill in all these things and you continue through, and you'll be given a username and 2 passwords. Both of those you'll need to record and keep handy. Okay, so that's it for that section. I'll close that out and we'll get into some more MetaTrader platform basics. So as you can see, we're all set to go here. Down here, see the account balance, $5,000. Okay, in our virtual account. Now understand that, again, this is a demo account. This is virtual money, not real money. When it's time for you to open a real account, you won't be able to do that from the terminal itself as we're looking at it. You'll have to contact the appropriate brokerage company, whoever you happen to be trading through, and get things authorized there. You'll be able to see that when you go up here to the navigator window. It'll show up in accounts down here as the real account. So with that in mind, we just want to stress that, again, this is a demo account, and we are going to learn more about MetaTrader. This is the default screen that comes up in MetaTrader with 4 different currency pairs, euro dollar, US dollar. You can click on these and it'll highlight the particular one you're interested in. Great British Pound, US dollar, US dollar, Swiss franc, US dollar, Japanese yen. You can click on each of these and you can see the highlights change here as well. One of the first things you may want to change would be the look and feel of individual charts. What I'm going to do is going to maximize this so we have one chart here, and then I'm going to go down to the properties, and here are a number of the common types of things. You can have it as candlesticks. Scaling can change. The chart can auto scroll, which basically means if you bring it over there, when it ticks, it'll pop back as the price changes, so that you'll be right here at the most current price. So let's look back here again. Go to properties and colors. Let's say we wanted to change a color scheme. Here's one way to do it. You can hit the yellow and black, change the color scheme that way. That's back to the original size of the chart. Go back here. Let's change something else. Green on black we saw. Now there's black on white. Okay, which some people may prefer. As you can see, you can go through and see the charts that were alongside here by simply going down and clicking on one of the tabs, and you'll see that everything here is as it was originally preserved. Okay, so we've got that there. Okay, now let's say we want a more traditional looking kind of a candlestick. Okay, we've got the background is white. So we want a bull candle to be green. And it looks like green. And that we want a bear candle to be red. There we go. Let's see, it changes here. Let's expand that out. And there we go. Completely different look, completely different feel. More traditional types of candles than you may see as the black and white or the black, sort of the hollow and green as we see over here. Yeah, the hollow one. And then a different color here. So here, bullish candles are green and bearish candles are red. Let's go through an additional modification here. Okay. Let's see, the grid's gray. That's going. What I really like to do is to change just one additional thing here. Bar down, red, bar up, black. Let's make that green. So I want to remove that border from around there. There we go. That's how I want it to look. I want to remove the border and just have the pure candle there. So remove that black border, and this is what we get. Now we can pop up here, see the zoom in, and we can click on zoom in and get a closer, more bird's eye type of view. Auto scroll is on. You can turn auto scroll off if you want to, but auto scroll's on. You can see it pops right back when it's on. And we're here at the most recent price. Okay, now let's say, for instance, that this is a template that we would like to save. So let's do this. First, I'm going to go here. I'm going to delete that indicator because I don't want to include the indicator in the template. I'm going to go here to template. I'm going to put save template. And I'm going to give this template a name. And I'm going to call this template simply candlesticks. There we go. Candlesticks.tpl is the file name. And I'll save that. And away we go. So you can see there you've got a nice candlestick template set up. And you're back here. You could change all these if you wanted to. I'll show you exactly how to do that. Okay. Okay, we'll go here. Go to template. Scroll down to your candlestick template. We just created this candlesticks template, and watch this. There we go. Now, if you want to, you can create these templates, and you can set them up pretty much any way that you'd like. For instance, let's say you wanted something. What are we going to add in here? Bum 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 bum. We've got template. We got all that stuff. We could change these as well. Okay. But while we're doing this, I don't want you to forget about this because this is important, is profiles. And so let's save the profile as new profile. And you can call it whatever you want. New profile 1. And you may want to be a little bit more descriptive and call it something like candlestick profile, for instance. Save it like that. Okay. And I'll show you what the profiles and templates kind of work in the same way. Here you've got a British pound profile, so you can see that. We can tile all those windows kind of any way you want. You can tile those vertically, horizontally. I guess it thinks that's it. There we go, vertically like this. Cascade the windows, so you can choose which one you want. You can also make the selections down here as to which actual screen is on top. So there we go. So let's go back. Let's go back to candlestick profile. You see it loads right up. And what happens is, as you'll notice, there's our default profile. This is the first one as we load it up. That's the default MetaTrader profile. So we're going to pop back over. We're going to select our candlestick profile. Now notice that you can change a lot of things here. If you wanted to change and have an additional euro dollar US dollar chart, you could drag it over. See how it changes it here? It changes everything. A new chart, you press this, you get an additional chart. Hold on, maybe I'm going too fast, but you get an additional chart. You click that, goes off. So if you want this to be, you could change this to pound. This is already changed down here, so you may not want to change this to anything. Again, you want to change this one, and you can leave the CCI, but for our purposes what we're going to do is I'd like to just have a different template here, and we'll go down there. We'll go to candlesticks for the time being. No, in fact we won't go to candlesticks. What we're going to do is let's just create a, for this, let's just create a we've got a regular bar chart. That's what exactly we'll want here, is a regular bar chart, but we want the colors to be different. We want the we'll go here to a black on white, and okay, I'm liking the look of that. This part doesn't show up that strongly there, but the bar chart is really what I wanted. As you can see, as you scroll in, it gets bigger and bigger. So, okay. I also want to transform this into a bar chart. It's easier for people to visualize it based upon how they see in particular what's best for them. So let's go here, and let's go down here, black on white. There we go. So we've got that, and as you'll see as you scroll in, the bars get thicker a little bit as we go in. So, all right, that looks good. So far so good, right? All righty. Now, let's go through some of the basics again. Let's say we want a plain bar chart. So what I'm going to do here is go to the indicators list on this one, and I'm going to delete that MACD indicator because I just want a plain old bar chart right here. So I'm going to go here, right click, I'm going to scroll down the template. I'm going to save template, and I'm going to name the template something very simple, bar chart. And let's give it a bar chart 1 in case we want to place one in here that's a bar chart with a particular indicator on it as well. So I'll pop down here, and go to template, pop in bar chart, and there we go. Okay, so what I'm going to do here is also the profile. Let's go to default. Okay, you see our default there. Now let's pop back and go to candlestick. And as you can see, the changes we made were updated automatically. So as we changed everything up here, the top two to candlesticks, we changed the bottom two to bar charts. When we went back to profile, it's all saved for us. So that's great. So you can save as many profiles as you'd like. You want to go through and change things around, you can as often as you'd like. If you exclude that chart, you want to add an additional chart, you can always do that. Again, go up here and say you want to add the US dollar, Canadian dollar. Bam, there you go. Now say you want it to be a candlestick chart. You go down here, you go to your templates, you click on candlesticks, you're all set. It's a beautiful thing. Auto scroll brings you out to the most recent price, and there you are. Again, that's just an example. So, but you've got a number of ways you can do things. If, for instance, let's just say, for instance, that you would like to set this up, and let's have a euro dollar, US dollars set up, and let's have these set up in varying time frames. So here I can drag this, all I'm doing is right clicking, dragging over to the chart, letting it go. Right clicking, dragging over to the chart, letting it go. If you wanted to go straight candlesticks on all these, you could do that too. So let's set that up. Candlesticks. Candlesticks. Now what we're going to do is we're going to set this. There's two different ways to change the period of what you're looking at, and we're going to get into more tweaks in the very next video. So I'll get back with you momentarily. We'll take a look at how to set up some even more interesting types of templates and profiles as we move along. All right, we're back. In our previous coverage, we went over filling out our account details and also basics of profiles and templates. And we started to construct this particular profile here with the euro dollar, US dollar chart group. And we'll continue with that here. What I'm going to do is I'm going to start off with an hourly chart here. You could change the time frame any way you'd like, and here's a demonstration of that. I'll make this larger so you can see. Monthly, big moves in the month. Weekly, daily, 4-hour, hour, M30s, 30 minutes. You can see the little tabs up there. 5 and 1. Okay, and you can also change it this way if you'd like. Change the tabs this way. Okay. Now what we're setting up here is going to be specifically for the euro dollar, US dollar. We'll start off here with a 1-hour time frame. We already have the 4-hour time frame set up. We'll move over here to a daily time frame, and here to a weekly time frame. Okay, and basically the way we set this up is it's kind of in a top-down trading sense. So I'm going to first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to save the profile as Euro dollar, US dollar, profile 1. Okay, there we go. And we'll separate that so you can see that out. Okay, that's profile 1. Okay. All right. So here we go. Now, I'm going to expand this, and you'll notice that once that's expanded, all of the other ones are large too. Go back down and see them all in one screen. We could actually do that. But what we'll do in this is set up a what I like to call top-down trading setup. Now, top-down trading basically means you start off with a larger time frame and you look to see which direction the trend is in. Now, people can interpret the trend in a lot of different ways. Flat as through here, and we've been moving upward slowly. Let's see, I want to move the daily over here next to the weekly. There's a daily. We're still in an uptrend here. There's our 4-hour, and we've lost some upward momentum here. And 1 hour, this is what we're looking like. We're kind of bouncing around as evidenced here. Again, this is just one way to set up a screen for a particular currency pair that you might want to study. Now, this can be applicable with any of the other currency pairs, pound, dollar, yen, etc. You can set it up, and also if you prefer to trade on a smaller time frame, all these can be changed, and you could go 5-minute there, 15-minute there. I probably would go 30, but hour there, and say 4-hour there. Just a matter of personal preference as to what your particular trading methodology dictates you should be doing. But again, for top-down trading in a larger time frame sense, these are some of the parameters, and these are some of the ones that we'll be using as far as examples too. And a lot of people won't even bother to look at the weekly chart because they feel like it's too long term of a time frame in order for them to find useful and as scalpers or day traders. Now, some people look at all the time frames just to keep informed, but a lot of times, again, as we showed you previously, the very, very short-term scalpers are looking to get only a few pips of profit. So they, in particular, are going to look to grab small time frame charts like that, for instance. And that's basically that's the basics of setting up templates and profiles as well. If you wanted to insert indicators, you can always pop over here. I'll show you how you do that. It's a couple different ways. Okay, here's one. Let's go for one that everyone's familiar with, and that's your moving average. You can change a lot of parameters here with an indicator. The color, the type of line, the thickness of that line, where it will be applied, which type of moving average it is, simple, exponential, smooth, or linear weighted. The period of the moving average, be it 5, 15, or 50, or 200-day, is often used in the stock market. The default is set at 14. The shift, which I'll show you that, how the shift works, and that'll be the actual distance from the chart, and that can give you some interesting perspective too. All right, you can say we'll put it in all time frames if you want to. or you can put it in one, particular time frame only. We'll put all time frames. Not all charts, just all time frames. That just means that if I change it to hour, daily, weekly, etc., then the moving average is still there. Now, for instance, I'll show you something else in the template. If you had that template in the candlestick template, and you call it candle 14 simple moving average, let's call it SMA, like that, and you saved it, okay, then you can go over here. As you can see, the indicator is also applied. Now, here's one thing to be cautious of when using the power of templates. And you can create as many templates as you want, and profiles as well, which gives you tremendous flexibility. You can set up as many types of studies as you want. For instance, if you wanted to, you find some studies that are working particularly well on the euro dollar US dollar, you may say, hey, listen, I'd like to do that on the pound. Then you can do that on the pound. So I suggest you go to profiles, and you say the profile as Great British Pound. I'm just saving the profile prior to doing anything. Okay. Basically, this is kind of a new profile name. Okay, so here we go. And then I'd go through and I would simply drag this over, and there you're done. So you've got, your profiles all set up for your Great British Pound. We go back to this profile and hit euro dollar US dollar. There's a euro dollar US dollar in this particular setup, and you may want to call these something different. Great British Pound, US dollar. You may want to call it GBP USD candlesticks, or EUR USD candlesticks, whichever you prefer. But as you can see, there is a ton of flexibility in what you can do as far as creating the profiles and then setting everything up exactly the way you want. So as an overview of templates, a template can store the chart type and color, chart scale, any attached expert advisor and its parameters, and we'll talk about expert advisors a bit later, any type of technical indicator, and any types of line studies as well, such as trend lines. That's what a trend line will look like. There's a trend line right there. Okay, just to show you what that looks like. Now that's going to be in the objects list. And 2 trend lines. You just delete those, and you're back to the normal chart. Okay, here's another way to access profiles. Up here you see profiles. Just click, go to the drop down menu, and it's kind of neat because you can kind of go to the next profile. We'll say, for instance, we're up here at the default, and you can go right through the next profile. And the next one. Sorry, wrong one. Wrong little click there. And the next one. So you can just hit Control F5. I'll show you how that works as well. It's kind of cool, huh? So now if you want to go the other direction, Shift F5. So Control F5, Shift F5, and that moves us back through. All right. So profiles are a great way to store groups of charts. These could all be, different. For instance, they don't have to be the same. Again, as we see here, or it could be one particular market that you're interested in, one currency pair, and it could be the euro dollar, US dollar. However you want to do it, you can save the profiles and templates. And here's something that I really like about this. Once you save a profile, you save a template, it's there. So you get an opportunity to go back and experiment with it. Um, so it means that get into MetaTrader and go in, and you can you click some buttons and don't worry about losing anything. It's here. It's all set up for you, and that's basically the coverage of templates and profiles. I wanted to show you this first so that you can have a framework for the other things that we're going to do as we get into looking at indicators and look at actual trading inside of MetaTrader. Thank you so much for looking at this module, and look forward to seeing you in the very next module. Okay, we're moving right along. We've successfully installed the MetaTrader client terminal. And the client terminal is exactly what we're looking at now on this screen. It's capable of receiving quotes and news, performing trade operations, that's buying and selling, managing and controlling open positions and pending orders, as well as its use in conducting technical analysis studies. You can see the various types of indicators here, and there are a whole host of indicators available for us to choose from. Something that I want to touch on before we go any further is the amount down here, the equity amount. I want you to keep something in mind. This is a virtual equity amount. Okay, so this is opened up on a demo account, and I like to stress this so that everyone understands this isn't real money. This is what's known as a paper trading or a practice account. Now, in order to fund your account, you'll be doing it through a compatible Forex broker. And here's something else to note, that you cannot set up a live account through the terminal. You can't authorize a live account through the terminal. You can get it set up so you can trade through MetaTrader, but you can't activate one through the terminal. This has to happen through your Forex broker, just to clear that up. Okay, so let's move along. What we're going to do first is we're going to explore the menu up top. File, View, Insert, Charts, Tools window, and the Help, of course. And one of the first things we want to do is we want to go to New Chart. When you click on the New Chart button, you see you've got a variety of currency pairs to choose from. Let's just pick the pound dollar here and see what happens. There we have it. New chart pops up. So we've got a whole new configuration here in this screen. Now we're going to go down to Profiles, and we're going to save this profile. I'll show you how useful this is. This is really, really wonderful. Always helps to spell it correctly. Remember that. I'd already created such a profile. So, okay, so now I'm going to go to Profiles. I'm going to go to Default. Okay, that's the original, correct? All right, let's go to Profiles, and all your profiles that you have will be listed here. There's a new profile with the brand new added chart. So you can save groups of charts and indicators and studies into a profile and have them at your ready disposal for any type of trading that you wish to do, any type of studies that you wish to conduct. You may concentrate on the euro dollar, US dollar, or the pound dollar, or the dollar yen, whichever. And you may want to have the charts all set up for that specific currency pair, such as this one. Here, if we go to the British pound, each of these, let's do this vertically, is a pound dollar chart. And the difference here is that each of these has a different time frame. Okay. Now, while we're in the chart window here, there is something I'd like to show you very quickly. And that's that if you click on the maximize button, each of the charts in this group, there were 3, gets maximized. And you can move to the tabs down here to move from one chart to the next, should you like to see the chart larger. You go back here, and we're back to the original format. We'll pop back here, go into our default profile, as you can see, and there we have it. Okay, so you can see profiles can be very, very powerful, a very powerful way to store all of our favorite settings and setups. So keep that in mind, that setting up a profile is very simple. Saving a profile is easy, as well as removing a profile. If you want to remove a profile, let's say we want to remove new profile 1. Click that. Are you sure? It always asks for confirmation here, and we say yes. Okay, and it's gone. So we go back here. New profile is no longer available. Okay, so let's move along. I'll move here to Save As. Okay. Now what Save As does is it takes the current chart, and let me roll back one moment here. The current chart, is, you can see, will be that darker color up there. So this is the active chart. And so when you click here, we click Save As, you may be wondering, what the heck is Save As? Well, what it's going to do is it's going to save the data in this particular chart to a .csv format, which is comma separated value format, which is compatible with Microsoft Excel. So it automatically will name it, as you can see here, euro dollar, US dollar 240. What the 240 is 60, which is how many minutes are in an hour, times 4 for 240. So this is the 4-hour chart that we're looking at. So let's go ahead and save that. Okay, it says it exists. Okay, we save that. And let's open that up. All right, here it is, all opened up. Okay, you can scroll all the way down here to see things. This is the most recent time. These are the times, as well as the open, high, low, close, and then that last is a volume figure. So this is basically raw data that you have an opportunity to work with in Excel if you choose to do so. Just wanted you to see what the Save As button is all about and what the file format means as far as the name's concerned. Okay, so we pop back up here. Now, let's pop into Save as Picture. Can save the active workspace. Let's pop in here. Let's save the active workspace as workspace. Let's spell right. Okay, and 1.gif. And okay, so we've saved that. Okay, so this is actually not the screen, but this is the actual image of the workspace that's been captured, and it's in my image management program here. So you can see that works very well. Let's go back and let's save something different here. Let's say that you can save an active chart as is, or an active chart in an 800 by 600, which is a standard default size here. Or if you've got another size you'd like to save it as, you can do that too. But let's go ahead and save that as 800 by 600. Okay, we don't want it as workspace. We want it as chart. Just give it a quick name. And there you have it. There's the chart all saved. There's a picture of the chart all saved right there for you. It's very nice. Works very, very nicely. Okay, so we're going to continue on. And here, logins, accounts, open an account. You've seen that particular screen. Your print setup, depending upon what you want to do. Your print preview, you can basically print the chart. So if we're looking at printing, say, the 4-hour chart here, that's what the print preview will look like in black and white, showing that it's from MetaTrader and it's in this particular format. Okay, just so you'll see that. Okay, let's close that. Go back. Close out the print, and we're back. Okay, so that basically covers everything moving down here. Of course, exit will close out MetaTrader totally, but that covers everything under our file menu. And when we come back, we're going to cover the view, insert charts, and the other menu tabs up at the top. Thank you very much. See you in the next module. Hello and welcome to the next module. Previously we covered the file menu, and now we're going to cover in this module the view menu. Starting off with languages. This is a sub menu, this section over here. Anything off the main menu is called a sub menu. And we'll start off with languages here. You can select any of the desired languages, and you can switch the terminal interface to this language. Now for the language changes to take effect, you have to restart MetaTrader, just so you'll know. Next on the list, toolbars. Again, this is called a submenu for managing the toolbars. Active toolbars are checked. The selection of a toolbar allows you to enable or disable that particular toolbar. Let's go through a for instance here. Let's click this on standard, and you see the standard toolbar disappears. Go back down and see it's not checked there. So we'll check the standard toolbar and pop that back up. And the same holds true for the other toolbars as well, all along here. Line studies, charts. You'll see the charts toolbar disappears. Activate the charts toolbar. And let's roll back down here to customize. In customize, you have an opportunity to change some things here. And this is set up for your standard toolbar here. If you wanted print preview, you could either insert that or you could remove it. New order, you can see here, you remove the new order and you close that, then new order disappears. So go back to customize, to insert, get new order back in there, and you can see new order appears again. And you can do the same thing with any of the others. You want to go back through and you want to remove expert advisors, for instance. As you can see, when we go up here, expert advisors is gone, but we want to keep that in. Okay, so let's close that. All right, so let's continue on here. The status bar can enable or disable the status bar here, and that's located in the lower part of the terminal window. the data bar, let me show you this. And that bar is a little bit down at the bottom here, a little bit off the screen. You can see the current profile. Click to open a list. So you can go back through profiles just like in the, and we can see it's default, and default is listed down here at the bottom as well. Okay, let's move on to charts bar. Okay, and you can see it takes this part of way down here, which are just the tabs for scrolling through the various types of charts. There we go. Okay, we'll pop back up here. And now here we can go through each of these, the full screen mode. Now if you're in full screen mode, it will keep these charts all the same size, but you can still maximize these and have lots and lots of chart room. So this is great. You want to just do one particular chart, then wow, look at that. That's great. We've got a lot of room here to work, and we can still also scroll through the various charts by clicking on the tabs at the bottom. Let's take that back to resize. And what I'll do here is I'll hit F11. We'll go back to the standard configuration, and we'll tile everything, and we're back set in the default configuration here with the default profile. Okay, now you can do things, Market Watch, which is window to the left, completely disappeared. You can also use a Control M for Market Watch. The data window, let's toggle that back in. The data window here, when you click on any of the charts, the data from the chart pops up, as well as the data from the indicators on that particular chart. So that's a real handy feature right there. Okay. Pop back over here, go to Navigator. That takes the Navigator menu down here out. T for terminal. You can see it takes that information away down here, terminal information. So for the strategy tester, if you're creating your own trading systems, which does take more than just a small level of skill in order to do it correctly, but you can do that and test things and optimize them down at the bottom. Remove that, and we're back here again. That basically wraps it up for the view menu. Next, we'll cover the insert menu. Hello and welcome to the insert menu module. Before we get started with the insert menu itself, select a chart and maximize it, as I'm doing here, so that we can have a larger chart to work with. Now let's pop on over to the insert menu, and this is where many of the goodies of MetaTrader are. The indicators, including the moving average, and just to give you an example, we'll click on moving average here. Dialog box pops up. We get an opportunity to change the color. If we wanted it to be blue, we can change whether we wanted solid or dashed line. The thickness of that line, we can apply that to the open, high, lower, close, or a number of other factors. We can determine whether it's simple, exponential, smoothed, or linear weighted. We can also set up a shift to the left or to the right, and also the period of the moving average. Here we've got a 14 period moving average. Okay. Let's set the visualization to all time frames. Levels we're going to ignore for now. Go back, and there we have it. Nice moving average. And as you hover your mouse over it, it'll tell you the period. And you can also see the value of the moving average at any particular time, which is also very useful. Now, to change the moving average, simply hover over it, thusly. Now you can either delete the indicator, or you can go back to properties, and say you wanted to change it to a 100 period moving average. You can go back and you can do that. A lot flatter, isn't it? That's just the way it is. All I'm doing to move the chart, the data on the chart, is I am clicking the left mouse button, holding it down, moving it to the right or to the left, just so you'll know. Now we can pop down here and completely delete that particular indicator. Lots and lots more here. Oscillators, Bill Williams alligator, average directional movement index, average true range, which is very important and handy. And then these are categorized as to the type of indicators that there are. Trending indicators, oscillators, and here's a very popular one, the stochastics. And all I'll do here is just show you that the oscillator indicators show up down here in their own indicator section. Okay, and you can click on the left mouse button and hold it down and drag that section and size it the way you'd like. So if you want to see more that way, you can do that. Okay, so with here, stochastics, completely, you can eliminate that. And we can go back here to lines. As you can see, indicators, we've taken a look at all these. You can do custom ones as well. Volume, oscillators, Bill Williams, the alligator, fractals. Come here and do lines. You can do a vertical line, for instance. Vertical line with the value right there of the date. Pop down and do a horizontal line. If you want to do a horizontal line, say right there. Now, I'll show you something about the lines. You hover over it, it shows the value. If you want it to reflect a different value, like I said, we want it to reflect a little higher value of here, we can do that. Hover over it. Go to the objects list. See what it says objects list? And it shows, that's not what I want to use right now, but it shows the value right here, what's what. Vertical line, horizontal line. So let's pop through here and change the parameters. And let's say we want to change the parameters to 1.48295. We can do that very easily. 95. And there it hops up there. Now, if you want to change the color, no problem. Color change is easy. You want it to be thicker. Big green, it can do that. Let's not make it green. Everything on there is green. Aqua. Nice aqua color. Same thing with the vertical line. You want to move it somewhere, you can. To a different date. If you want to move it to, let's see, which is this? Okay, that's October the 2nd. You want to move it to the 3rd. Let's do that. And we're over on the 3rd, just like that. Want to remove the objects? No problem. Go to the objects list, hit that, delete, delete, gone. Just like that. All right, back to the menu. Trend lines. This is a little bit different. Rather than a one-click, a trend line is a two-click situation. We click, and we draw the line the way we want, and then we release. We're going to do it this way. And on these, like that. Okay. Okay. You want to have the change the trend line parameters. See the values there. You can change that as well, and you can also delete that. Pop that way, delete, and we're out. Okay. And I'm just showing you these first few so you can get a feel for working with the menu, that type of thing. But some of these do deserve an extra explanation. Now the trend line by angle, this is really neat. Click, hold down the left mouse button. Now you see down where my cursor was, see it says 90 degrees. Now see, I want to draw something at the 45-degree angle. How about this? How about I go to properties? I go to object list, sorry. I want to edit that. Parameters, angle in degrees, 45. There we go. And it's interesting how the 45 lines up with that, isn't it? That's a topic for another day. All right. But that's trend line by angle for us. We can delete that. Go to the objects list. And there are a number of ways to do that. I thought I deleted it. Select, delete. There we go. All right. So let's pop back up. Channels. Linear regression, standard deviation channels, Fibonacci channels. You've got GAN, GAN lines, GAN fan, GAN grid. You've got a little bit of everything. Here, if we start talking about the linear regression channel, it's a statistical analysis tool, and it's just used for forecasting of future values on the basis of available data. If the trend is ascending, then one can logically suppose that the next bar will be a bit higher than the preceding one. The linear regression method allows you to have a statistical demonstration of such logical conclusions. Now, for this tool, 2 points must be drawn. Okay. And take a look at that. It's interesting, isn't it? Capture everything within that channel. Another interesting tool. All right, the regression channel. Okay, so again, just wanted to show you some samples of some things. Rectangles. This allows you to draw some objects on the chart if you wanted to do that for some particular reason. If you wanted to draw a rectangle and then you wanted to add text, for instance, you can go through here. You can add text. Rectangle is blue. Did I spell rectangle right? You'll have to help me out on this. Okay, here we go. There we go. This rectangle is blue. Okay, now as far as the text is concerned, go to text properties. You can change it any way you'd like to. If you want the font to be larger, you can go to a larger font. You want the color to be different, you can go to a different color. You want any of the other parameters. You want the angle to be 45 degrees. You could change that. Value to be there. There we go. It doesn't mean anything in this particular point, but this could be very handy if, for instance, you are drawing a trend line, for instance. And the trend line is going in that particular direction as well. So you can label that trend line. That in itself is pretty handy. So let's delete that. Delete this. Let's go to the objects list here. This is always... All right. All the objects are gone there. We'll continue on. Arrows. Now, arrows are very handy if you're wanting to identify a few things. For instance, let's say this was the start of the up move. We'll go to the arrow. thickness. No, no change there. That makes sense. And if we want an up move to be green, we can change that. And there we go. Big green arrow right there. No problem. If we wanted to do another arrow for something along the lines of the a down arrow, we can do that. Okay, it kept that color, but we're going to go straight here to red for down. I'm going to thicken that up just a bit to make that one a little bit larger. And so, as you can see, handy. These can be moved around as well, so if you want to move them from place to place as you experiment and learn things, that's fine too. Okay, so I'll just leave those there. We'll continue down. Now, Andrew's pitchfork and some of these other things, cycle lines, can be very handy as well. So we'll pop in Andrew's pitchfork. Now, this tool is drawn on 3 points and represents parallel trend lines. On the first trend line, we'll start here. Second, we'll go here. Third, we'll go here. Okay. There we are. There's the Andrew's pitchfork there. You see it containing prices here and having a median trend line that the prices oscillate around. That can be very, very handy. Let's pop down here to cycle lines. Cycle lines are interesting. Let's see, let me do that again so we'll do that correctly. You see how you can change that cycle from larger to smaller. This could be very handy if you're looking to find some sort of cycle or pattern inside of the data, such as maybe looking for, it moves through every 8 hours there's a peak, or every 8 hours there's a valley. No matter how short term these cycles might be, they can end up being very, very handy. So let's remove this. Remove all these from our objects list and clean up our chart a little bit. Okay, there we go. Down here, text label. Okay, we'll just put this as peak. Okay, now the interesting thing about this is anchored, so it's a little bit different. You can see where it shifts here. Label properties, bottom left corner. But it's still, you can just move it around to wherever you'd like for it to be. And you can also change the properties of that particular label. Right here in parameters, you can angle it as well. X distance, Y distance, and you can change the name, the color, the size of the font. If you run it really big, no problem at all. So that wraps up the coverage of the insert menu. And next we're going to go on to the very exciting chart menu. Thank you very much. In the previous module, we explored the MetaTrader insert menu. In this module, we're going to explore the charts menu. And before we get started, I'm going to simply maximize the Euro dollar US dollar chart here. You could do the same as you follow along. And let's go through. All right, objects. The objects are going to be such things as the arrows and horizontal lines, etc. In fact, I'll do a quick example. Here's a horizontal line. I'll place a line there, and as we go in the object submenu, we can click here and give us a list of the objects, and there's that particular object. And you'll notice something here too. As you hover over, you see that that horizontal line has an identifier of 34,695. Objects list here, 34,695. The identifiers are there so that you keep the ones you want and don't accidentally erase the wrong type of object that you have on the chart. To delete that, we could click that button, or we can pop back up here, delete last. Should take that off since it was the last one. It was the only one that was there. Let's move down further. And as you can see, in each of the menu items here, there's also some hotkeys. Alt 1 for bar chart. We'll click that. And there's a simple bar chart, open, high, low, close. Alt 2 for candlesticks. You can use Alt 2, or you can go to chart, scroll down. Line chart. Line chart's typically done with the closing price only. It gives you different perspectives, and that's why the variety of charts is laid out like that. We'll go back to our initial default of candlesticks here. Okay. Foreground chart, or you could set it as a background chart. Now you can see that won't do anything initially, but if you set it as a foreground chart, which is the standard, this means that the indicators will be on the chart as well. That if you set it as a, if you click this and you go to non-foreground, that means the indicators will be up front rather than behind. And looking at it, it doesn't seem like it makes very much difference. In fact, let's take a horizontal line here. Okay. And let's change the foreground to a background chart. Okay. You see here that it, over here, that the line is on top of the chart essentially. So we'll move this back to the default there, and we can go back to delete last, as we did in our objects list, and we can move down further here to periodicity. This is a fun one. We can move the charts to different periods, 1 minute up to the big picture monthly, and lots of different places in between, as you can see right here. And there are numbers of ways to do that. You could do this on this particular toolbar as well. We had it set at 4 hours, so we'll stay there with that one. All right, this one is going to be very useful for you. These are templates. Now, say for instance you wanted to create a new template. So let's just set this up, and let's say we had a horizontal line, and we put the horizontal line there. Go to charts, templates. What else do we want to do? Let's see, what will I want to add? Oh, let's set this as a bar chart. And I don't want to jump ahead here. Let me show you. Let's save the template. And you're asked to name the template once that pops up, and we'll call it new template 1. And we'll save that template. Okay, now let's go back to the objects list, go back to candlesticks, go up here to objects, delete the last. Let's go down to templates and click on new template 1, and all of our settings are saved, horizontal line as well as chart type. This is especially useful when you are doing such things as, well, just about anything really. You can set these up, and you can go along and you can set up templates for actually pretty much anything you want. We'll go here to the next chart, let's apply the template there. New template 1. Now you see it applies the template here, okay, and turns this into a bar chart. Now if we had a moving average or any other indicator on here, this would be listed here as well. The horizontal line, of course, is at a whole different level because the price is here on a whole different level. So templates are very, very useful. And if we take this, say for instance, and we go down here and we say we want to save this as with this MACD, moving average convergence divergence, we want to save that particular type of chart setup as a template. We can save that, and we can call that something. We have to make a name. Template 2. Now you'll notice something that I do here, and that's I keep the name continuous. That doesn't mean that you can't put dashes in there as well. You can do that as well if you wish. That's no problem at all. So open new template 2. Okay, so let's go up here to the pound, and let's apply new template 2. Yeah, there we have it. The same indicator, same setup, everything all will apply to a completely different chart. You can see the power in this. What we're going to do is pop back here, and we're going to move on from templates. But here's one thing we'll do is we'll set some templates up for some further studies, and we'll save a profile now that we're in templates. But first, I'm going to move further down, and we're going to work through the rest of this menu, and then we're going to come back to the templates because there's some information we need to cover there. Okay, refresh just brings all your data up to date. Grid, you can turn the grid, I'm going to maximize that. You can turn that grid on and off. Go to the object. I'm just going to take this horizontal line off. You turn the grid on and off. You can also set up so volume is visible if you use volume in your studies. You can turn auto scroll on and off. See, that's auto scroll off, auto scroll on. It pops back and sets it up so that the rightmost part of the chart goes to the most current price. Okay, so here we go. Chart shift. Can move it away from here if you want to see, you want space in here to look at where the price will be going. Gives you more space there, and you can set that, you can change that basically by moving this particular line. And you see the little arrow up here to move that line. So we'll move chart shift back to standard. Zoom in. And get a little closer in on the charts. You could do the same thing with the plus or minus keys here. Zoom out. I'm hitting the minus key to zoom out. You can see that happening. Now I'm hitting the plus key to zoom in. Okay. Let's go back here. Okay. Alrighty. Now I'm going to turn off auto scroll so you can see what step by step means. F12, step by step. Look at the rightmost part of the chart here. You see how that goes. Now that's a tedious way of doing it, going to the charts menu and going through it, clicking that each time. So you can just go up and hit F12, hit F12, hit F12, hit F12, hit F12. This is a great way to step through the data and see what is going to happen next. So if you're doing a study and say we're looking at breakouts of supports and resistance, we can step through and we can see right here that the price is going sideways. It's formed a channel in between here. Again, we can chat about this type of thing later, but that we have a breakout here. It's just a great way to kind of practice too and see ahead of time which types of chart patterns lead to the types of significant moves, which lead to the types of profit that you're looking for. I'm going to go back and I'm going to set this on auto scroll. Okay. We've gone through step by step. Now let's go through some properties. Click on properties. Okay, properties of this particular chart. There are three default, at least in the current version of MetaTrader, default color schemes. The one that we see is the first default, the green on black. There's a yellow on black. You can see right there. Click that, it turns yellow on black. And let's go back to, I want to go back to candlesticks here. That was our standard. You can also reach properties by simply hitting the F8 key, like this. And there's black on white. Okay. Let's see how that works. Black on white. Okay. Now, what we'd like to do here is let's set up a candlestick chart. We're going to modify this particular chart, and then we're going to save it as a template. Almost got tongue-tied. Save it as a template and be able to use that template whenever we want. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to start off with this color scheme, and then we're going to modify this to set up the types of candles the way we want them. Okay, so the first thing we want to do is we're going to go here to bull candle, and we want the bull candle to be green. You can see the colors, a little prompt pops up there. So click green for that, for the bull candle. Now the bear candle's set up as black, and we want that to be red. So scroll down and left click your mouse on red, and here's the result. Now what I did is I just hit the plus key to enlarge that. Now you can see the border around there is black, and let's remove that border, and this is what we'll do. We'll change that bar up border to green to match the up candlestick, and we'll change the bar down border to red to match the bearish candlestick. And there you go. Hit plus again. Nice, pretty candlesticks. And a nice move up there too. So this is what we want to do. Let's go here, charts, template, save template. And I've already created this one, but you go through and name it candlesticks 1, like this. See, if it's already in there, it'll tell you that it exists, and do you want to replace it. I've created this ahead of time, so yes, I want to replace it. You won't see this because you'll just be creating candlesticks1.tpl for the first time. And there we go. Okay, so that's how that chart looks with all the other ones there. Now, I'll show you how to apply this template. How easy it is to apply a template in general to any chart. Scroll down to template, go down to candlesticks 1. There we go. Scroll down to template, go down to candlesticks 1. There we go. all set up nicely. Now, let's pop back over here, go to Profiles, and save the profile. Candlestick profile 1. Okay, so we'll pop back over, go to Profiles. There's our default. Let's pop back over. We want candlestick profile 1. There's candlestick profile 1, all set up for us and ready to go. You could do this with any number of templates, set templates up any way you want for specialized studies, and this way you don't have to recreate your favorite settings manually each and every time you're in front of your screen and ready for your trading day. And that concludes our charts menu module. Thank you very much. Next we'll be covering the tools menu. Hello, welcome to the tools menu module. We're going to pop right in here and explore the first item on the tools menu, which is new order, which can also be reached by pressing F9. We'll click here, and instantly what will pop up is our new order window showing us where the prices are, and that we can instantly click buy or sell to immediately get into a position. This is called a market order, and you are filled at the prevailing price basically in your market order. Okay, so some of the other options here. Let's look. You want to change markets. There we go. Euro dollar, US dollar, dollar franc, pound dollar, whichever you are choosing to trade. Change the volume here. You can set your stop loss, and you can see it goes close to the, all you do is click on that and it goes close to the price that you're at. Now you're setting a stop loss for one or the other. Quite naturally, when you're in a long position, your stop loss is going to be below where you place your order. When you're in a short position, your stop loss is going to be higher than where you place your order. You could set up take profit here too, a single click. If you're in a buy, you take your profit higher. If you're in a sell, you take your profit lower. And you can also set this up for instant execution or even a pending order. Now, in pending orders, you can get in the buy at a limit, and you can see here the little entry price moves down. Okay, it says the open price you set must differ from the market price by at least 40 pips. And I believe this is going to be different with different brokers. So you can set that up to be different with different brokers. Okay. Because as not all brokers have the same margin requirements necessarily, their requirements for the placement of orders as well are different. Now here you can see the stop loss line move. There we go. Move it. Scroll down there and you can see the take profit line move too. It's very, very handy. It's nice to be able to see these types of things. Now you've got a variety of things you can do here. You can expire this order at a particular time, or you don't have to. A couple different things you can do: buy limit, sell limit, buy stop, and sell stop. All great things to have in our arsenal as we trade. And again, back up here, another option will be the volume, and volume will be particularly important. And This is the actual lot volume. Okay, it's not the volume of the market itself, like how many contracts are traded overall. This is what you're doing as far as your lot size is concerned. There's one lot, two, three, four, up to 8 in this particular case, and it's set up this way based upon the amount that you open your demo account with. So we got a lot of flexibility here. Okay, that's basically the order window. It's very intuitive and easy to use and very, very straightforward. Now let's pop over to the History Center. In the History Center, we've got an opportunity to gather even more information and download more history for the particular time frame we're interested in studying. You can see here in the 1 hour charts, we're basically starting the data back on the 12th all the way to the 19th. Now we're interested in editing this data. You could easily do this. You could edit the data. You could delete that data. You can export that data in the form of a .csv file. You can also import data. Should you have particular data files with lots of history that you want to import, you can do that as well. Let's say, for instance, let's pop back over here. Their database, 7,537 records. Let's download. Now, what it'll say is you're going to download from MetaQuotes Software Corporation history, but your account is open with Alpari. This is where the demo account is open. And it says, please do not forget that the downloaded history data can differ from the data stored on the trade server. This is why this data cannot be used in disputes over historical prices with Alpari. If you still want to continue, press OK. We're in a demo account, and for looking at more history, we want to press OK. You can see what will happen. Sometimes this will take a bit of time in order to complete. We can just see the start of the green bar there as it moves along. And rather than have you watch this entire thing, I'll pause this and we'll come back to it. Now when we look at our hourly data, you'll notice that it goes back a lot further than the 12th of October as shown initially here. So we've successfully downloaded additional data with which we can study the euro dollar US dollar. You can do this for each of the currency pairs that you're interested in and get more history in order to get more data to study. All right, let's close this out. And let's move on up here. We've covered History Center, global variables. Now, global variables allow for a number of things. This is something that is a bit more advanced, but sometimes there is a need to interchange information and to provide possibility of prompt transfer of moderate amounts of information among experts, as well as organize conflict-free simultaneous working of several experts. So that is what global variables allow for. The values are saved between terminal launches. Unlike those of variables claimed at a global level, they are set at every expert launch and lost at every expert remove. So that's separate for those non-global variables. Global variables are available within 4 weeks since their last call from experts or manual modifying. Now, All installed global variables, their values, and the last time they were called will be listed in this particular window. And using the buttons, you can add a new global variable or delete an existing one. You can change the name or value of a global variable, all in here when they are available. Okay, we'll close the global variables window. Let's move on to the MetaQuotes Easy Language Editor. Let me pop this open for us. And there we have it. There's the easy language. It's called the Meta Editor. And as you can see here, this is designed so that you can edit or create expert advisors, and if you want to modify or create indicators, etc., you'll be able to do it inside of the meta editor. A lot of people don't necessarily do much in this particular area unless they are creating their own particular types of indicators, or if they're creating their own trading systems, expert advisors here. So let's close that out. You'll know where that is should you need to use it. And we'll pop down here to options. Okay. Server options here are pretty straightforward. Keep personal settings and data at startup. Enable news. You can enable the news if you want to. You can enable the DDE server for it. It's a dynamic data exchange server. If you want to exchange data between MetaTrader and another application like Microsoft Excel, for instance. Charts show the trade levels, and this is an example of a trade level up here at the top. The little gray line, it shows where well, actually this is the price level. You see the price level here, and also when there's a trade on, you'll see trade levels that are dotted lines. The green one will say buy, the red one will say sell, and that keeps you in touch with exactly where you are with relation to your trade and the current prices. Show the open, high, low, and close. We like to do that. Show the ask line. If you want to show the ask line, you can do that. You can also show period separators. If you're looking at intraday charts and you wish to see the day start and day end, the trading session day start and day end, you can see that as well. You can click this if you wish to print your chart in color, if you happen to have a color printer. Down here, max bars in history, you want this set to a high number so that you can download lots and lots of bars for intraday studies, such as 1 minute bars. And max bars in chart, 65,000. So you can set it up that way as well. But in fact, let's go ahead and let's set that to a higher number here to match the number of the max bars in history right here. Okay, that's all set. Next, we're going to move on to the Objects tab. We've covered the objects previously, and the objects are such things as the horizontal and vertical lines that we place on a chart in order to mark specific levels or areas that we have an interest in. That can also include trend lines as well. So we can show properties after creation just by clicking that. I leave that open. You can select the object after creation. This is handy when you want to move an object immediately after. You can select the object by a single mouse click as well. And this is particularly handy too, rather than having to double click on the object and then move it from there. Here, where we speak of magnet sensitivity, let's cover this for one moment here. Okay, see that there's varying levels here, magnet sensitivity. Now, you can anchor the checkpoints of objects to different bar prices to locate them more precisely. In this magnet sensitivity field, the option is listed in pixels. So you can define the number of pixels for the level of sensitivity. For example, if you specify this default value of 10, then the object will automatically be anchored to the bar if a checkpoint of the object is located within a radius of 10 pixels from the nearest bar price. That's open, high, lower, close. Now if you want to disable this option altogether, you simply click on 0. And we'll leave it at the default of 10. And then we'll move on to the actual trade menu here. Okay, in our trade window, we have an opportunity to set up some things to happen automatically. Symbol by default, you can set up a symbol you want here, last used, or automatic. Now here, size by default, last used, or you can select which size you want as the default there too. Okay. And deviation by default, you can set it up from 0 to 5 pips. You use last used here. And the deviation simply accounts for the fact that the symbol price can change within the ordering time. And as a result, the price of the prepared order will not correspond with the market one, and the position will not be open. The deviation option, it helps you to avoid this. It gives you a maximal permissible deviation from the value given in the order that can be specified in this field. Now, if prices do not correspond, the program will modify the order by itself and open a new position. So this just gives you some additional flexibility, and this is all within the, quite naturally, within the order screen that we have had an opportunity to take at previously on the tools menu. Now let's move on to expert advisors. And you have a number of choices here. Allow live trading. You can click that on and off. And you can click this if you want manual confirmation. In other words, you're allowing it to trade in an automatic fashion, except that before the order's placed, you have to manually confirm, click on confirm in order to place that order itself. Otherwise, if you leave that unchecked, then you allow live trading and things can go on automatically. Okay, you can enable the experts except for custom indicators and scripts. You can disable when the account has been changed, disable experts when the profile has been changed. This gives you some additional levels of flexibility as well. This way, if you're changing to a particular profile, then you don't have to have any of the other residual experts from a previous profile in the new profile. The DLL imports dynamic link libraries. Your expert advisor's manuals will tell you whether or not to allow these, etc. Allow external experts import, which may be information from an expert advisor server as well. Okay, so now to email. For email alerts, you can enable your email server here, and you place your information in here, SMTP server. There's an example right there. Your login, your password, And you can specify a from and a to field as well. And you can also test that right here if you do enable that, so that you can be emailed an alert while you're out on the road if you wish to keep that closely in touch with what is going on at the time. Publisher. This will work if you happen to have an FTP account and you can actually publish the results of your current account activity. And this is handy. Publishing your account status is handy if you want to share this information with someone or a group of people automatically without sort of emailing each of them individually. This will be put up on, again, up on an FTP server. And FTP stands for File Transfer Protocol, up on the web. Now, only reports of active accounts can be published. If the account number in the given field does not match with the current one, the reports will not be published. So if your account is your actual account is 12345, and you put the account number in here of 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, then the account will not publish the account status. Let's move on to events. All right. Now, in this tab, signals of system events can be set up in the terminal. It's a very convenient tool to inform you about changes in the terminal status. Signals can be set up in this tab. For this to be done, they have to be enabled right here. Okay. And let's go through what each of these events are. Connection to the server. The signal you will receive here is in wave format, so this is a sound, and the signal of a successful connection to the server will sound off as you start up MetaTrader. Disconnect, no connection to the server. It's a signal of interruption of connection, and that's a good thing to know as well. Notifying by email. If this signal has triggered, it is recommended that you check the terminal mailbox window down here. So something's going on, you're being notified by email. Timeout. A certain time range is predefined by performing trade operations. If this range has been exceeded for some reason, the operation will not be performed, and this signal will trigger, and then you can hear that signal. The OK signal is trade operation has been successfully performed. No errors occurred during the performing of this operation. Always good to know. News, receiving of news. If this signal is triggered, it is recommended you go down here and check the news server for if you happen to have news active on your MetaTrader platform. I'll move down here to Expert Advisor. Just let you know when the Expert Advisor, if you happen to have any, is performing a trade operation. This is confirmation, and this request to the Expert Advisor for confirmation of a trade operation. Now this signal can only trigger if the manual confirmation option that we could set back here is checked. Okay. All right. Back to alert. Performing of an alert function by an Expert Advisor, and that alert wave will sound. Requote. The price change during preparation of a trade operation, then requote will sound the same alert wave as the alert up here. Trailing stops means the trigger of a trailing stop here. It's basically the trailing stop order if it happens to be active. Now, not all of your brokers that will allow the use of the MetaTrader platform will allow trading with trailing stops. So find out ahead of time whether or not the broker that you're going to use will allow the trading of trailing stops. If you don't use trailing stops, then that's fine. If you do, however, it's going to be important that your broker allow that. That covers the options. That also covers all the things here in the tools menu. And next we'll cover the window menu in MetaTrader. Thank you very much. Okay, welcome to the Window and Help menu modules. Previously, we've covered the File, View, Insert, Charts, and Tools menu, and we'll start now with Window. We'll see the first order of business here is New Window. When we click on this, a list of available Forex pairs is going to pop up, and there we have one that we're going to choose as default, and we'll just click that. The standard chart pops up here, bar chart. And of course, if we wanted to modify that, we go down to our handy templates and we simply change it to any of the templates that we have there. Next order of business is Cascade. And this is what this looks like. If you want to tab this way and take a look at each of the charts in this fashion, you've got an opportunity to do so. Next is tile horizontally, tile vertically, and you'll see with 4 charts it looks pretty much the same. And when you take one or the other chart out, that changes things there. Arrange icons, it's pretty much doing the same as these here are doing. And when you click on any of these items listed here, it immediately goes to the chart. See that again, highlights the 1 hour, highlights the daily, highlights the 4 hour, and highlights the weekly over here, as you can see. Okay, and the window menu is pretty straightforward, pretty intuitive and self-explanatory, easy to handle. The help menu gives you access to all kinds of information. Basically, a lot of the information that we've covered here and some additional information as well. The community menu right here, the community item, will take you to a place where you can discuss MetaTrader with other traders. This is very, very handy as well. And the About will allow you to see the version of MetaTrader that you're currently using, etc. And that covers the Window and Help menu. Thank you much. Hello and welcome to our toolbar module in MetaTrader. Let's jump straight in by exploring the standard toolbar, which is right here. And here's something else about toolbars, is you can grab them and you can move them. There we go. Have to get a hold of them. Sometimes they don't seem like they want to be that cooperative. And we move it over here. There we go. Let's move this back here to standard place. Okay. First up, as you notice when you hover over an object here, it tells you exactly what that particular component of the toolbar does. Here, new chart. Next one is profiles. Back to the default. On profiles, new profile 1, profiles, candlestick profile 1. And our standard here, EURUSD candlestick profile 1. Okay, now we can go here, and what this will do is it will toggle open and close the market watch window. Okay, there we go, market watch. Okay, and while we're here at the market watch window, let's just expand that out so you see what that looks like. Also down here you can see that you can take a look at a tick chart. Moving along. Close that back off. And I'll put it back over in its standard position. Right there. Now you can arrange this really any way you'd like. So if you want to toggle that off, you can do that. Leave that off as well. On to the next. Data window. Click here. And as we hover our mouse over the price, we can see the date, time, open, high, low, close, and volume of each of the bars right here. A lot more volume in the weekly bars, quite obviously. And daily, less volume, 4 hours. And hourly, of course, since that's our smallest time frame. We go back here and click again, and it closes the data window. Navigator, we can toggle the navigator along with the market watch off if we want 4 charts thusly. When we arrange those charts, we can simply go tile them that way. Now, if we want those market watch and navigator windows back, we click here, we click here. You see this is out of skew, so we go back over here and we're all set. Everything's looking good. Let's scroll back up here, give us more room in the navigator window down here. Alright, terminal, that can be toggled on and off as well. Strategy tester for testing strategies. That's a more advanced topic. If you're going to test strategies, that's always a good thing. Oftentimes, when you make the purchase or lease of a commercially available Forex expert advisor, they give you ways to backtest their own strategy. So you may want to experiment with that as well. Meta editor, we've explored that before. And close that window. Expert advisors. This will activate an expert advisor if there happens to be one in that particular window. Matter of fact, let's take a look at how that works. I'll take the simple moving average advisor and I left click and drag it into the window here. I'll put on allow live trading. And as you can see here, there is an X through that. Okay, right through here. I'll go over here and click on Expert Advisor, and you'll see the smiley face. The smiley face indicates that the Expert Advisor is active and ready to go. Okay. So what I'll do is I'll go down here, Expert Advisors. All right. All right. Now let's continue along to the new order window. All right, there's our new order window showing our bid and ask prices, also showing our buttons for buying and selling, either at the market, which is indicated by instant execution, or pending orders, which we have opportunities to do buy limits, sell limits, buy stops, sell stops, etc. And that covers the standard toolbar. Okay, we're going to pop right over here to the charts toolbar. Now, clicking on this transforms this chart into a bar chart. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to make this chart larger. Clicking on that takes it back to candlesticks again. Clicking on this makes it a line chart, in which the line is composed of the closing prices of the bars of this particular period. This is an hourly bar, so those are all hourly closes there. Can zoom, make those candlesticks look nice and pretty. Can zoom out the other direction. Okay, and as you can see, zoom in. See how the chart pops over there. Zoom out. Now watch it go back to the right. That's because this is set to on. That's auto scroll. You can toggle auto scroll off or on, and for our purposes currently we're leaving it on. Chart shift allows you to move the chart away from the right side, creating a bit of room in between the actual last price of the chart and the price listing here in this right hand column. Show you what that looks like. Where this comes in useful is if you're doing studies and say you have a trend line of some sort, you need more room to the right in order to see where the prices are going to go. So this gives you just a bit more room to the right if you're looking at that particular type of trend line. Now, that was drawn arbitrarily for everyone who's saying, hey, wait a minute, that doesn't look like a legitimate trend line. And you can move that, kind of toggle it there. Okay, so I'll take that trend line, which is going to be on the objects list, and I'll just delete that, and I'll set that back to normal there. Okay, this is our indicator button right here. We can see lots of different indicators, also classified by the category of indicator: trend, identification indicators, oscillators. There's an example of stochastic, just show you a number of indicators on a chart. Oftentimes, traders will use indicators in combination and use one indicator to confirm the trend that is shown by another indicator. I was trying to think of the right way to say that, but it basically it's can be used as a confirmation mechanism. So it can, say for instance, we're looking at going long when the price closes above this particular moving average. Then we may look down at stochastics and we may say, well, that's over the 80 threshold. I may not want to go long at that particular place because it's already on the overbought side. Again, these are some general interpretations. At that point in time, perhaps I'd look to go long somewhere else where there's good confirmation that the indicators are lined up and that I have the best possible opportunity for a move in my chosen direction. Okay, so let's take these off. Delete the indicator, and we're back down here to normal. Okay. All right, so that's very handy. You can add as many of these as you want. It also shows your custom indicators, ATR, which is average true range, ATR period, It's a very, very handy indicator. It's basically an indicator of volatility. This is a 14 period average true range. And when the average true range goes up, means the market is more volatile. When the average true range goes down, means the market is less volatile at that particular time. And as you can see here, this lower average true range for this particular time period, and you look at the chart and you see the types of, well, we scroll back automatically, but you see the types of bars that we're looking at right there. So that's another handy indicator. Okay, go to indicators list. Now indicators, they're like anything else. Again, and I'm certain we'll have an opportunity to chat about this in the future, but indicators are like anything else. They are a tool. Some people prefer to use that tool. Other people prefer to not use that tool because of strange experiences they may have had. But it makes sense that some people will be successful using indicators, others won't. Using the right tool for the job is the correct thing to do. Trying to use a screwdriver to nail a nail into wood is not the correct way to go. And therefore, make certain that you are using the right indicator for your desired results. Templates. Another great quick way of grabbing some templates here. Go down to bar chart. Here's our bar chart template that we used. Candlesticks 1 is our standard candlesticks template, so you can always access templates there very, very quickly. Now our next section is the line studies toolbar. And here, this is our standard cursor. Let's go here to this nice little crosshair. As you can see here, little crosshair. Here's a vertical line. You can draw a vertical line for a number of reasons. Perhaps you're interested in looking for some type of period where you're looking for periods of tops and periods of bottoms, etc., trying to time things along that particular way, or you're trying to identify maybe, I want to turn off auto scroll, an area of consolidation perhaps, and you want to say look at something along these lines. So okay, when we get out of this particular spot right here, that would be good. We'll be breaking out of that little consolidation. Again, that's just off the cuff example. You can hit Control B, or you can right click to get the objects list and delete all those objects just like that. Auto scroll's not on, so let's remember that. Okay, horizontal line, same thing. This is good for observing levels of support and resistance. You see support forming down here, resistance forming up here, more resistance, bouncing off that level, and staying in this kind of wide channel. Double click on any of the lines, horizontal or vertical, or you can double click on it to see the properties, or you can right click, go to horizontal lines properties, and change the properties there. Or there's another way to do it. Go to the objects list, find the horizontal line. This is 1350. That's the current one we're working on. But just to show you, you can see right there that it says horizontal line 1350. I don't think I'm as good at double clicking on it as most people are. But you can change the value of this as well as some of the simple parameters here, the thickness, etc. So I pop it in here. And let's say we want to change this horizontal line to this area up here, 1.49780. 1.49780 should pop right up to that line there. And you can also alternatively hold down your left mouse button and drag the horizontal line as well. If I wanted to go to a specific price, it's just easier for me to type the price in. Sometimes if I'm trying to drag it to a precise place, even as I'm trying to do this here now, and I get pretty close. Yeah, that's not bad. That's not bad. So you've got to, now you see it's still not the exact number. It's 1.49779 rather than 1.49780. It is close, but when you want precision, it seems simpler to type that number in. I'm going to go here to Objects List. I'm going to select both of those and delete both of those objects. Let's continue on to the trend line. Very, very handy tool. And let's grab ourselves a trend line. Trend lines are used to see when there are changes. Now you left click and then you angle your trend line the way you want it to go. And the trend line should contain the bulk of the prices in any direction. You can see it falling out of the trend here and consequently making some downside movement there. Okay. So you can also take the trend line, double click it for trend line properties, and set the value of each of these if you want to do that. Actually, it's easier for me to kind of move the trend line the way I want it to go. Maybe simplest for you to do this as well. So, but that's that. Okay, objects list, delete the trend line. There we go. All right. Next, we're going to explore the equidistant channel. Okay. There we go. There we go. Okay. It's just an example. It's one of those things that when you place your anchor somewhere, you have to watch what you're doing. So we probably should, let's just do that again, just so you'll see. I'll delete that one. Go up here, we'll grab this, and I left click here, and then I drag. It's easier to do it from a lower point, but hold on. Here we go. Hold on one moment. Equidistant channel. Left click. And go back around to here. Okay, there's the parameters of the channel. Since you got two lines, you've got a couple of different values there that you can change as well. Just a simple trend channel. You could do the same thing with two different trend lines, of course, or the same type of thing. I don't like how that one's come out, so let me delete that. But let's grab it just so you'll see. There we go. And grabbing another one. Start off down here. Again, the same type of thing, so just so you'll see. All right. And there we are. We're back. Now we're going to move on to Fibonacci retracement. Okay, so I'll click here. I'll pick a point that I want to start at, and we'll start right here. I'll left click, and I'll go to my other point, my secondary point, and I'll let go. And here are all of the Fibonacci retracement lines right here. See, it comes up 23, 38.2. There's basically 50% retracement, 61, all the way back to 100. Now, isn't it interesting how it comes up to 100 and then completely reverses, goes back down, basically a 100% retracement of this prior move right here, and then starts to move back up again, back up to the 100% level. Again, that's how many traders get into and out of trades based upon Fibonacci extensions as well as Fibonacci retracements. Let's go here, objects list, and here, let's select it. You can edit it as well. See Fibo levels, you can set the levels up here. The values of your 2 points as well. I'm going to delete that, and we're going to move on to the next part of the line studies menu. Text. Click text, and there we have text. So if you want to label something, now this particular text label is text, but you could change that to anything you want. More text, for instance. There we go. You can move the text around as well if you want to. And lots of other things you can do with it. Text properties, you can see here. You can change the color of it. I'm going to go with teal, no problem. You want to change the name of it? You can do that too. Call it text 2010, for instance. You see when you hover over it, that's the text label that it has as well. I just hit delete. Text label. You want to label something in particular. Top left corner gives you lots of different places you can place things here. Okay, let's hit this. Now this is different than just straight text because, as you can see, this label does not move as we go back and forth on the chart. So where the label is back here. There we go. Now that can be handy if you want to label, say you're having a particular study, And you might want to call it moving average studies, for instance. Okay, there we go. Sorry, consistency there. And it could be set up here as moving average studies. Pretty straightforward. Very handy as well. The fact that it doesn't move is nice. You won't have to change that that text label all the time. Okay, just highlight it and hit delete. And here we have some arrows. Let's take a look at some of these. Objects list. See what kind of changes we can make to this. Determine how thick the arrow is, etc., what color it is. You want to change it to teal or green. You can do that. You can see right here. I keep calling it an arrow. It's thumbs up. Indicates anything that indicates a direction with a point on the end, I typically refer to as an arrow. Let's hit a thumbs down. You might want to color your thumbs down red. Check sign, stop sign, up arrow. And that's handy too when you're doing your studies and you want to indicate that, okay, this is where things moved in this particular point. So, same thing goes for down studies. And stops. So if you're selling short, you may want to place a stop up here. And the nice thing about this is you can delete all arrows pretty effortlessly. That's a good thing. All right. That's line studies. Now the next toolbar is what's known as the periodicity toolbar. And you can simply refer to it as the time frame toolbar as well. So here we go. You can change the time frame of any chart simply by clicking on any of these. But you can also do it over here. So it's simple to, I'll turn on auto scroll again. Monthly, weekly, daily, 4 hour, 1 hour, 30 minutes, 15 minutes, 5. Takes a little bit longer to draw. And then a 1. Okay. And this was actually our standard 1 hour chart, so that's it. That's the periodicity menu, and that's how that works. So we've covered. Now the 1 minute data takes a little while to draw, so that's why you'll see this move here as it's working to read the data. All right. Here's 1 minute data. It can be resource intensive too. So looks like it. I had another window pop up in the background. So here we are, back to 1 hour. That's our standard. Back here, we've now explored the 4 toolbars: standard toolbar, the charts toolbar, the line studies toolbar, as well as the periodicity toolbar. You've got a lot of MetaTrader knowledge under your belt. How to change your charts, how to change groups of charts, lots of different things here. How to add an expert advisor to the chart, how to add an indicator to a chart, etc. How to add groups of indicators to a chart. So you are well informed and should be able to work your way around MetaTrader as well as anyone. You are now in a position to start to study the markets and benefit from the fact that MetaTrader is a freely available client terminal with data available from a variety of brokers to allow you to study the markets, stay a student of the markets, and enjoy the process of learning to profit in the exciting world of Forex trading. Thank you very much. Welcome to the risk control training module. Risk control is very important. In fact, without proper risk control, nothing else you do in Forex trading will matter. Nothing. Let's explore an example of improper risk control. If you start off with an account, say $5,000, you've got a $5,000 account ready to trade Forex, you're excited, you jump into a trade, and the trade is risking $2,500. You should hear a big buzzer go off in your head that goes, bad trading idea. Bad trading idea. BTA, as we call them. If you do this, this means basically that it only takes 2 consecutive trades to take you completely out of the game. Our objective is not to be taken out of the game. Our objective is to set up a solid foundation and be able to survive the times when our trading methodologies aren't exactly in sync with the market, and we end up having the inevitable losing trade, or trades for that matter. 2 consecutive trades, 3 consecutive losing trades. These are not unusual in Forex trading. And wrap your mind around that, because losses are a natural part of it. We'll talk more about losses as we go through live examples as well. Okay, so here we are in MetaTrader. We've got everything set up. We're talking about risk control. Okay, so what do we do to control our risk? Great question. What we do to control our risk is first determined by the trading system that we're using. Now, conservatively, many suggest that you risk between 1 and 3% of your available capital per trade. So, say we're in this screen and we're looking to trade the euro dollar US dollar, and we have $5,000 we're using as a standard here in this particular case in our account. So on one side of that, 3% would be $150. So what does that mean in terms of market movement? That's very important. So this is what we're going to do. We're going to go up to the 1 hour chart here, and we're going to maximize that chart. Then we're going to go up and we're going to zoom in just one touch. And you'll notice that now that we've maximized this chart, the other charts are maximized too, weekly and so forth. Okay? All right. Now, as a for instance, let's take a look at the weekly chart. And let's click on the zoom in here. I'll wait one moment while you do that on your chart. What we'd like to look at is market movement. We're looking at a candlestick chart setup here, and we want to look at market movement in order to get a feel for the types of risks in the different time frames. This is very important because, well, if we're risking 3%, we're risking $150. Well, quite naturally, we couldn't use a standard lot size of $10 per pip in the euro dollar US dollar because, well, I guess we could but that would be not very many as far as pips is concerned. It'd be a small move, in other words, basically. So we're talking about 15 pips, and giving the market 15 pips of room to move that's a scalping kind of setup. And if we're doing scalping and the trading system that works for it, then that's fine. But if we're looking for time frames, we're trying to evaluate which time frame we should trade in. And let me hold on one moment and clarify why I'm talking about time frames. Because the larger the time frame, like the weekly being the largest time frame here in our set of charts, the more room the market will need to move in order for it to go through its natural gyrations. Now, I'm going to pop here and we're going to go into custom indicators. And we're going to scroll down to ATR. And I'm just going to set that at 10. So set yours at 10 as well. Okay, what's going to pop up is this blue line down here. If you want to, we can make that blue line a little thicker, if I'm not mistaken. Will it give us an opportunity to do that? Yes, it will. Here we go. Hold on. Okay. Colors. Doesn't look like it's going to give us an opportunity to make that thicker. That's okay. This is fine for our purposes. We'll take a look at the blue line then. Okay. So let's take a look at the values here as we're looking around. In fact, let's go up here, click on data window, and you'll see that our ATR, our average true range, is listed right here as we scroll along each of these weekly prices. Now, the average true range is the average of the true range. And the true range is described as the greatest of one of the three of the following: the difference between the current high and the current low, and that's commonly called simply the range; the difference between the current high and the previous close, or the difference between the current low and the previous close. Whichever one of those is greatest is the value that we'll get. Now let's take a look. Okay, we're on the weekly chart and we're looking at the average true range. And as you can see over here, 0.0252. And if we look at that, that's 252 pips. That one, 256 pips. 257. Again, we're looking at the average. If we come down to places like this, you see how big those ranges are. And over here, almost 600 pips. Big, very big. And that's, again, that's an average. So this is obviously going to be bigger than that, but we're averaging in those previous true ranges as well. You can see from this example that if you're trading on weekly charts, that you're going to need room for the market to move. Now, there's a few ways you can do this and give the market room, but with a $5,000 account, trying to trade a standard lot with a 15 pip stop is not going to work very well. It's not going to work very well. So what we're going to do here is let's go to a daily chart, for instance, and let's expand that. Okay, auto scroll brings us back. And let's do the same thing there. Let's go down and grab our average true range. We'll do 10 period. There we go. What are we looking at here? Okay. We're looking at some smaller numbers here. Looking at some smaller numbers, but we're still looking at the 100 plus pip range, not the 15 pip range. You can see that's really something. So that's 100, 100, 100, 100. Okay. So let's move on to the next time frame. And we'll pull this down to ATR. Okay, here we go. Click on OK. I'm going to click that to expand that a bit. Okay. All right. There we go. We're looking at 60, 50. That's a big one there. Again, these are averages. 40. Okay, so this is looking a lot more reasonable for the type of trading we're talking about with regard to the type of risk control that we need. But this would still, even the 4-hour would be too much for trading a standard contract with a $5,000 account with a 15 pip stop. Again, adhering to the 3% rule. So we're going to move down to 1 hour, and we'll do the same thing as we did before. ATR. And I'm simply changing this to 10 periods for the sake of consistency here. Okay. All right, you see much more reasonable ATRs here. Okay, and the ranges perhaps that we're talking about, still not giving us much buffer room as far as that's concerned. But at least we see how the different time frames show us different ranges of price movement per bar. So let's close this down. Close down this window. And go back here. Now let's say that the trading system that we've chosen does use daily charts, and we want to trade using the daily charts. But we see the sizes of some of those moves as we move along here. There's a few ways that we can control our risk. It depends on what the system is and what it dictates as far as the price movement is concerned. So for instance, if we are trading a daily system and the system has a stop loss of 100 pips, then we quite obviously can't use a standard contract for that, because that would mean that that 100 pip risk that we're taking would end up being the 100 times the $10 per full size pip. So that'd be $1,000. That $1,000 would be 1/5 or 20% of the total $5,000. And that would be too great of a risk per trade. So what we'll do is we'll trade the daily chart, but what we'll have to do is we'll have to scale our level of leverage as far as volume is concerned. So rather than going with one full-size contract, if for instance we went to something that was a tenth of that size for our 100 pip stop, then it would put us right inside of our 3%. So let's go over the logic in this. The trading system, the one that is our virtual imaginary trading system that we're saying that we'd like to trade, uses daily charts and uses a 100 pip stop. We can't trade that using a standard size contract because it wouldn't take very many consecutive losing trades in order for us to blow our account completely out of the water. So what we do is the smart thing, and we scale down in order to still trade on the daily chart by giving the system the necessary amount of room. So rather than risking the $1,000 per trade, we're risking $100 per trade by setting ourselves up in this fashion. So the $100 per trade turns out to be 2% of our total account equity at the start of trading. This is fine. We're able to do that. We're able to trade on a larger time frame chart, be it daily, be it weekly, as long as we're inside of our risk parameters, not going outside of that 3% of account equity. Some people will go to 5, and actually the higher the percentage of your account equity you risk per trade, the greater probability of blowing your account out, the greater your risk of ruin, basically. Some people call that ROR. But as you can see here, we can control our risk with virtually any account size as long as the broker that you're using allows flexibility in the size of the trades that you place. And as it turns out, we have good flexibility here in the size of the trades that we place. So that's good. That's good to know. I'm going to set this back to the standard. But that's basically some risk control guidelines in a nutshell. Now, if you go to smaller time frames, if say, let's pop this up, and let's pop, we're going to do that, and we're going to do this, and we're going to do this. Okay. All right. Now, we're looking at an extremely short time frame here. This is 5 minutes. Many people do scalp, and scalping is defined as grabbing a small number of pips, and small is relative, but for instance, 100 pips is not a scalp. So 100 pips profit is not a scalp by any stretch of the imagination. 100 pips is bigger than a scalp. 5, 10, 3, 7, 12 pips, that's scalping. So in here, as we're moving along, if you take a look here, if you're trading on a short time frame, small time frame, then as you look over to the ATR window there, you look at, we can look here too, you can see 11, 10, 10. So the market moves in a smaller range in a smaller time frame. So you can trade on a chart of this type of time frame and allow the market room to move with a smaller number of pips. See, the objective is to be able to have a trade go profitably and not come back and knock us out of the trade by hitting our risk control measures. So we have to have enough room in there for the trade to move without just the regular noise of the market knocking us out of trades. We don't want to set our stop loss, which is our risk. This is the amount that we're risking, and say it's 100 pips for a certain type of chart. On a daily chart, if we set our stop loss to 1 pip, we would just get stopped out over and over and over and over and over and over again. So that makes a stop of that magnitude for that time frame pointless. So let's go back here to hourly, close the data window. That is a brief introduction to risk control, also an introduction to the wonderful scalability of Forex, which allows us to trade different lot sizes based upon the risk control that we need for our particular account size. Thank you very much for joining us in this module, and I hope you found this to be very, very helpful. Let me emphasize again that the most important thing you can do is to get control of your risk. Once you get control of your risk and you have the discipline to continue to control your risk, you will be miles ahead of Forex traders worldwide. Thanks again. Hello and welcome to our first actual trade example, just to show you how trading works here inside of MetaTrader. Okay, we're going to pop up here, and what I'm actually going to do is I want to sell. This is basically, just consider this to be a random trade to show you the order process. I want to sell here, but what I want to do is I want to place a stop up here above the previous week's high. Let's find out what that was. The previous week's high was 1.50598. So I'm going to place a short order. I'm going to sell, and I'm going to place a stop up above that high, 5 pips in fact above that high. Okay, so placing that 5 pips above would be 1.50648. So this is what we're going to do. Going to place a new order, and I'm going to sell at the market. And since we're using a certain size of an account, if I were to use the standard size, then that stop would be out of reach. So what I'm going to do here is I am going to use this size. Okay. You can see that I'm moving the stop over here, just so you'll see. Now, here's another way to do that. You can simply type that in, 50598. Sorry about that. 50648. That's what we're actually after. Okay. Instant execution, comment. And the comment here is first live trade example. Placing an order. Okay. Like to have, oh, that's all it let me do there. Okay, set live trading example. First live trading example. And here we go. I'm going to sell at the market. Oh, there we go. It says successful. And press OK. And you can see from up here that we are officially short. And let's go down here to account history, mailbox, trade. Okay. We are short from this price, 1.48388, around here. There's our stop loss. We don't have a price target in currently. You could see how this is moving. If this was a full-size contract, it'd be moving further against us, but it is not, so we're okay. So we're moving along quite fine. Okay, so here's a way to determine range too when you're looking for places to set your stops. You go to ATR down here, go to your indicator list. There's ATR, and set that period to 1, like so. You see the previous week, the average true range is 233 pips. So that's actually a pretty small range. You see that the current week, it's 380 pips. And this is just on this particular, we're just talking about this particular bar right here. And in fact, if you go over to, let's put it here, this area here, and subtract the low from the high, that's the number that you'll get. That verifies that that's the range. What that number lets you know is the simple range from the high to the low. And that range is important because if you're trading based upon that range and you're saying, okay, I want my stop based upon price action, so when if the market moves back up here and breaks the highest high, then I want to be out because the momentum has shifted from downward to upward. Now this is a big time frame. Weekly is a big time frame for anyone to trade. That's why we've scaled ourselves correctly to this particular size. And as you can see, even though the market's moved against us, hasn't cost us very much, has it? Has not cost us very much. And that's the whole point of doing this particular exercise, giving you a feel for risk control, how to find out the range of the particular market that you're trading too. That's always important. And then you have an opportunity to measure things like risk reward. So if you're measuring risk reward, you might look at this and say, okay, look, here we are. We're right here. I'm risking 233 pips. And you might say, I like a 1-to-1, or I like to risk 233 pips to make twice as much, to make 466 pips. So you'd place a profit target down here. Again, we don't have an exit already set up because this is a simple trade entry example, and that's it. Okay, we're back, and as you can see, the market has moved against us somewhat. If this were standard, we'd be looking at a larger loss, 10 times that amount, or $100, which is nothing to be shaking in our boots about, of course. So this is what we'll do. We're having a good time in a live trading example, so let's put in a profit target. what I'll show you how to do here is to take your order and modify it. And we'll add a profit target here. So if we're looking at risking roughly 233 pips or so, then let's make our profit make our profit 466 pips. So if we go below, we're going to base this on our entry point, 43728. Okay. So we're going to modify that, take profit, and click modify. All right. Okay, we sell at that, which we're already in. Stop loss is set. Take profit is there. Let's go OK. There we go. This shows our take profit point, which is right down here. Not exactly close, but we're looking at something that's twice the size of what we're risking here. So if you look at that, the distance from the entry to the stop, this is twice the size of that. And again, for the purposes of example. So what we're going to do is we're going to let this trade develop. I'm going to close our data window here. And I'm going to take a look at the trade on a smaller time frame. Okay, we don't have to watch our price down here constantly, but we can if we want to. We can bunch this up a little bit. Okay, so it's good to see where our stop loss is. You can see our stop loss is just above the high action here back about a week ago or so. So we're here, and we sold right here, which was right at a previous high. Now, if it does break through and go up, then we've got potential previous high. It may go up to here before we encounter some slowdown in the trade, some resistance, and we'll have an opportunity to talk about support and resistance as well. Okay, the auto scroll pops back. So you can see here the market is continuing to move up past our entry here. So we're going to leave this and we'll come back to it and we'll see how this trade develops, and we'll have an opportunity to do a lot more live examples. Of course, this is our first live trade. It's our first sort of jumping in there example. There are no methods for anyone to copy or emulate. This is an example only. So we'll see you in the very next module with an update on the current trade. Okay, here we are back at our live trade example, and as before, we were short the euro dollar US dollar, and let's take a look at where we are today. And this is the very next day. We're up 123 pips. So in this case, we're using a lot size of 0.1 rather than 1 in a standard account. In a standard account, this would be, or standard lot would be $1,237 basically. So 123 pips would be $1,230. That's how far we'd be ahead in this particular trade. Okay, so let's go down here, take a look at modifying our order here. Now we can get out here or we can stay in here. We have a couple of different choices. And again, this is an example trade. So I'd like for you to see an example of getting out of a trade at a profit. What we're going to do is I'm going to expand here so you can see the move that has been made from our short entry. Market did go up, move against us, came to our favor, came back up, and then proceeded downward from there. Okay, so here we go. Without further ado, let's get out of this trade. Modify, delete order. Okay, we're going to close this out. So put instant execution. I'm going to close the sell out. And more, the market's still moving down. So here we go. All right, that's it. Now, as you'll see, that trade's completely closed out. Let's go back over here. And this is something that you always check. There's no profit target line. There's no stop loss line. So there are no pending orders. That is a good thing. That's exactly what we want. The order here canceled out the stop loss, canceled out the take profit, and closed at 1.47134. This means our profit on this particular trade was $125 because we're using a 1/10 lot size, standard lot size, in a standard account that would have been 125 times $10 per pip, which would have been $1,250, which is fine. Now, there may be people out there thinking, well, why in the world didn't we go for that $1,250? And the reason is that going for that $1,250 would have required a larger than reasonable amount of risk. That would have required that rather than our stop be $233, that our stop up above this point here on this weekly chart would have been $2,330. That's almost 50% of our initial equity. And here we can see all the things here from our trade, the details. 120, a little bit over 125 pips. So we're happy with that. That's a very, very, very simplified example of a complete Forex trade. Now we're going to have more examples. Do not worry about that. Examples you can follow along with. You can place the same trades in your charts, which I would actually prefer that you do so that you can see everything that's going on. Now, one additional thing that I'd like for you to do is to, on your chart, I've already done it here, is to create a monthly chart to add to our particular profile here. Okay, now I can close this chart and I'll show you how to create it on your own. Okay, we go up here, new chart. Okay, you see it's our standard chart there. We're going to go to templates, go to candlesticks 1, and there you go. And we go up here, hit the plus sign, make that a little bit bigger for us. As you can see, that's still hourly, so we go up here to monthly to complete a longer time frame, and there we have a nice beautiful monthly candlestick chart. Okay, So we can easily hide that behind the ones we look at more regularly. Or we can go up here and say we're going to tile them horizontally, hourly and 4 hour, and daily, weekly, and monthly, which is fine. We can do it in this way. And each of these, of course, when we want to look at them, we can just go and look at them on a larger scale. No problem at all. So now, this is what we're looking at. I wanted to include the larger time frame of monthly just to give us some additional perspective and really go top down. Monthly, weekly, daily, hourly, 4 hours, hourly. Got ahead of myself there. So does this mean that we're not going to look at shorter time frames? No, doesn't mean that at all. We are going to look at some shorter time frames, and we can set those up. In fact, any of these can be set up to be a shorter time frame. For instance, we could easily do this. Okay, that's saved as that. So let's just say we want to create another profile. Let's see. One moment. I like to keep the profile names consistent. Okay, we want to name that candlesticks, but we want to make it candlesticks and then call it candlesticks intraday. So that's what I want to do. Save EURUSD candlesticks intraday and put it as 1. Okay, intraday 1, because most likely we'll have more than one particular type of candlestick chart. And we save that profile. Go back over here. Okay, I didn't save this particular one from the last time. That was our monthly. That was my fault. So go back to the monthly and expand it. Okay. You can always hide it behind there if you wanted to. Or you can do something standard and then just go through and you're all set there. So we want to save that. And we're overriding the old one, basically. Yeah, we want to override it. So profiles, and let's go down to our candlesticks intraday. There we go. And here, all we have to do is change some time frames. So let's say we wanted to look at a 5-minute chart here. And a 15-minute chart there. Have to have an hourly chart everywhere. 4 hours. And down here, we're going to go with daily. Okay. So there we have that. Okay, so go back over here to profiles. Let's save as Euro dollar US dollar candlesticks intraday 1. And save that. Already exists. Okay, so now let's go back to our standard as we were looking at over here. Euro dollar US dollar candlesticks 1. and make sure it's set up. Yes, it's set up correctly. Okay, so now we've got a couple of different ways that we can work. I hadn't really put the ATR, the average true range, down here on this chart as we had in some of the others, because we weren't necessarily looking for the range of the month in particular, but we can always add that at any time we want. So our next thing that we're going to do is we're actually going to enter an additional trade. We're not going to do that now, so we're not going to make a trade example. What we're going to do is we are going to wait until Monday, and this is Friday, and it is about 4:12 p.m. Eastern Standard Time in the United States, and we're going to let the market do its thing, and we're going to come back on a fresh session and jump right into more trade examples. We're going to run into more indicators. You're going to be introduced into more indicators. We're going to talk more about trading without indicators. So there's tons of possibilities here. And basically, your objective is to learn to control risk, which is what you've seen in this particular example. And there's probably no one that's jumping up and down about making $125 for certain. But that's $125 that was made basically in one day on a $5,000 account while controlling our risk. And our risk was $233 at the time. So we've done a good job of getting into a profitable trade. We've managed that trade by managing our risks, and we've exited that trade. And in this particular case, we've exited the trade at a profit. Not all trades will be profitable. Let's not get disillusioned about that. Losses are a natural part of trading, and learning how to deal with them emotionally, psychologically, is extremely important, because all through life we're basically taught to have everything be perfect. In trading, things can be very profitable for you without them being perfect. Sometimes pretty far from perfect, actually. So trying to get 100% winners, I don't want to discourage anyone from that particular goal. Well, yes, I do, because it's a goal that doesn't make any sense. Most of the time when someone's looking for a high percentage of winners, it is because they are nervous about having losses. One reason that new traders are nervous about having losses is because the risk is not being controlled. For instance, in our previous trade, had we been trading a standard lot of $10 per pip, then risking that 233 pips times 10 would have been a big chunk of our initial equity. But by scaling it down and risking a small percentage of our account equity, we placed ourselves in a position to trade in a much more relaxed fashion. $233, if it had turned out to be a loser, it's not the end of the world. At $2,330, it turned out to be a loser. Well, how many more times can we have a losing trade of that type? Well, one more time, and then we're no longer trading Forex. I hope that that makes sense. And I know I emphasize risk control, risk control, risk control, discipline, discipline, discipline. And I sound like a broken record, and that's good, because everyone else that you come into contact with in the Forex arena should be telling you the same thing. Control your risk. So this is what we've done, and we've ended up with a successful trade at this particular point in time. This one is a profitable trade, and we're going to look, as I said before, at a lot more exciting live examples. So you can see it where the rubber meets the road. I'll be placing the new orders here, and we'll just be chugging along. So I look forward to seeing you in the next module, where we're going to look for an entry point for our very next trade. Thank you very much. Hello and welcome to another live trading module. In our previous module, we traded based upon looking at the weekly chart initially. Let's expand that just one bit. And we sold the breakout of the low of this particular week right here. We sold down here. We came down and we took 125 pips of profit. That's one type of breakout trade. That's simply breakout of the low. Now we're going to go to the next time frame, which is daily. We're going to take a look at some things here. Let's take it up here, expand that just a taste. There we go. Now here we have two different types of breakouts that we want to look at. Typically there's a breakout of a high or low either on individual bars or on a group of bars. For instance, we could say that we'll take a horizontal line here. I'll just place it right there. We can say that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We could say that's easily the highest high of the last 10 days. 8, 9, 10. And we could say that that is easily the lowest low of the last 10 days. So this defines what's known as a channel breakout, because the boundaries form a channel within which prices trade. Now, as you can see, prices are still inside of this channel for this particular breakout. Okay, so at that particular point, nothing would happen. But how the breakouts work is you basically choose the time period, and this is daily. Then you choose how many days, or if it's weekly, a weekly chart, you choose how many weeks you want to use for a breakout. Now in this case, that was a 10-day. Let's take the objects list real quick. Got to remove both of those. Okay. If you're looking for the last, say the last 3 days, not including the current day, take a look here. That's the highest high. That's the lowest low, basically. So we're looking at, that's the channel right there. So if the price moves up above here, we'd look to get long and buy the euro dollar US dollar going upward. The price breaks down and breaks below this channel that we've defined, then we'd want to sell. In this case, we have more than one type of a breakout trade, right? We have not only the breakout of these last 3 days, we have something special called an inside bar. And an inside bar is basically a bar whose high is lower than the previous high, as I'm showing with the arrow here, and whose low is higher than the previous low. So this bar right here in particular would be an inside bar. And the way it's looking, this bar today on my chart is looking like an inside bar so far, but it's the day's not over yet, so it can go either way. So what we want to do is we want to sell the breakout on either side of this particular daily bar. So let's take a look and see what the range is and make sure that it's going to fit within our parameters. High minus the low here looks decent. High minus the low here doesn't look too bad either. And that would probably be the bar that we'd want to do, is this particular one right here. Even though a lot of people trade the inside bar, they'll trade right here, the extremes of this bar. But we'd like to move to this bar here and use the full 3-day kind of extremes. So that's the 3-day high extreme, that's a 3-day low extreme. Okay, so let's take a look. Okay, that's 176 pips, and that is near our risk parameters. 176 pips, and what we'll do is we'll buy on a breakout of this bar plus 3 pips, and we'll sell on a breakout of that low minus 3 pips. So let's do our calculations here. You can see that our high is 1.48587 and our low is 1.46827. Okay, so we can actually place an order based upon this bar, and it'll be a pending order, of course. So let's pop over. Let's pop to new order, and it's going to be a pending order. Okay, since we look to buy above the market, we're going to place a buy stop up here. And the price we want to place that buy stop at is 1.46827. Okay. What did it tell me? Invalid stop loss or take profit. I'm not trying to stop loss or take profit. Just want to buy stop. Open price you set must differ from market price by at least 40. This is a particular limitation of this platform, is that you have to be so far away in order to do it. But the price is actually 40 pips away, so I don't understand what the problem is. Let's try that again. Make sure I've got my price right. There we go. Always double check your prices, right? Okay. Let's start with a whole new order here, since this one seems like it's going to give us challenges. Okay. Pending order, buy stop here. Okay. We've got a buy stop in place right up here, right where we want it. Okay. Now we're going to place a sell stop. Sell stop at the price 1.46787. Okay. And I think the problem before was perhaps I was putting the sell stop price where the buy stop price should have been. Okay, so here we go. All right. So let's put a comment in here. Let's call it breakout of inside bar and last. How much? And I'm not gonna. Let's call it breakout of inside bar low. Okay. I'll say that. Okay. Not sure if they'll let us go through here and because I'd like to label the buy stop. Okay, no, that's fine. Okay, there we are. There we are. We've got both trades in place. You got sell stop here, buy stop there. So this is not one of those trades that's going to be an immediate trade, as you can see. This is what I like to call a set it and forget it trade. I love set it and forget it trading, and let me tell you why. The orders are placed. Your research is done. The parameters are set up. Conditions come around. You see those conditions. You place your pending orders. And then you simply do one of the hardest things for traders to do, and that's wait. And trading is easier once you have patience. Trading is a lot easier once you have patience. So you have to learn to wait, because here's the thing. You want to wait for the right moment. And you want to be as selective as possible in choosing your trading opportunities. Think it think about all the times in life where you waited for something and you can tell yourself, yes, that was well worth the wait. And I'm not talking about being on hold with a phone company or any of those types of things. I'm talking about things that a great meal or a great relationship or what have you that you waited for. A great trade is the same way. It's worth it. It's absolutely worth it. Otherwise, we're just out there doing things randomly, and we let what we want get, which is to have some trading action, get ahead of what the market wants to give us. And we want to take what the market wants to give us because it's just sitting out there, waiting. So this trade there's nothing else for us to do here. We are all set, and we'll see how things develop as we see this trade progress. Thanks, and I'll see you in the next module for a continuation of this trade and more live trading. Okay, here we are with more live trading. We've just recently placed this particular trade, an inside bar, a breakout, using daily bars. This is also a breakout of a channel of the last 3 days highs and lows. So it's a channel breakout as well as an inside bar breakout. So this is good. We've got this trade on. What we're going to talk about now is expanding our trading opportunities. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to go over to File, go over to Profiles, and go to Save As. And we're going to go to USD CHF candlesticks 1. Okay, so just name your profile the same way, just like that. There we are. Okay, now here's what we're going to do. What we want to do is we want to use a different currency pair, and we're going to use the US dollar Swiss franc. But we're going to have the same kind of profile setup here. So here we go. drag, drop, drag, drop, drag, drop, drag, drop, drag, drop. Now here's something that you'll notice is that when we do this, all the trading lines from our orders showing where our orders would be are gone. That's because we don't have any orders in this particular currency pair, but we do have orders in the euro dollar US dollar. Just pop back over, go to profiles. Okay. There we go. Okay. So the whole point of this is that you can create profiles like this for any number of currency pairs. You may have your very own favorites, or you just may want to follow along with what we're showing you here and develop your own favorites. One of the reasons that I like the euro dollar US dollar is because it's traded, it's very liquid, and we want to trade in those currency pairs that are as liquid as possible. That's what we're striving for. The euro dollar US dollar, the US dollar Swiss franc, the pound dollar, and the US dollar Japanese yen, all very liquid, and there are others that are liquid too, but in the majors, which are the ones which contribute the most volume to the Forex market, these are the four that we typically concentrate on. Although you can look into other areas and trade pretty much anything you want as long as you have your risk control in place, have your parameters all in, have everything all set. So I'm going to pop back over here to US dollar, Swiss franc. Okay, there we go. That's everything we were looking at before, just in the form of the wonderful US dollar, Swiss franc. And as you can see, lots of interesting things. You can look around and find patterns and trades that are of interest to you. The nice thing about technical analysis in general and patterns in general is that you can not only apply the same principles to various time frames of charts, such as monthly, weekly, daily, but you can apply them to different currency pairs as well. And things such as our simple principle of the inside bar can work very, very well. In fact, I'm going to pop through here. We could take a look at a couple of these here monthly. You can work our way back and take a look. Where was there an inside bar? Okay, there's an inside bar. There's a breakout. Now, two different ways to trade inside bars, as we stated before. Either the breakout of the high and low of the inside bar, or the high and low of the bar preceding, or as some people say, engulfing the inside bar. So this broke out to the downside. It didn't ever go back up to get stopped out, and it continued down so far. So that's a good trade. This in and of itself is actually an inside bar. It's a big inside bar right here. Here's another inside bar. Break out of that low. That's looking good. Here's another thing to consider as well. Take a look at this monthly inside bar right here. If you're considering trading it, think about the size. Okay, this is a 1,000 pip bar. So if you're trading on either side of this, then you're talking about 1,000 pip. If you're going short, you're talking about 1,000 pip stop loss on the other side of that. If you're going long, you're talking about 1,000 pip stop loss on the other side of that. So the size of the bars, the magnitude of the move makes a big difference too. Some may have the pattern that you're looking for, but not be of the right type of range of volatility that fit within your risk parameters. See, for instance, this month right here, well, that's almost 2,000 pips. Big, big move. So you may not want to trade that particular inside bar. So you may look for something, smaller. May look for something along these lines. That's still big. Monthly trading on monthly charts, period, requires either a lot of capital, either that or scaling your trades, your lot size as such that you could take these particular types of trades. And if we're taking trades like this and we're looking at 500, say 500 pips, 800 pips, 400 pips. So if you're looking at 500 pips, we would essentially be looking at a little bit over 3 times what we are currently looking at with 5,000, our $5,000 demo account here, right? So we have to have 15, $16,000 in that area for that to work out. It says 555. So as that goes up, you basically, if you're looking to risk 3%, you look along here and you take, say, this particular bar, the high minus the low of this particular bar, and you see up there that it says, okay, it's 814. Basically multiply that times 33 and you get a rough idea of where you should be with regard to the standard trade. 814 pips with a lot size, not a standard lot size of 1, but a lot size where each pip is $1 rather than each pip being $10 like in standard lot size. So it'd be $25,000, and you multiply that times 10 for doing a standard lot, keeping those risk parameters. Some people choose to risk larger amounts. They choose less conservative ways of trading, I guess is what I'm attempting to say here. In preserving your capital, of course, it just makes good sense. Just stick within 1 to 3%, and because you don't know, no one's right all the time, and you don't know when you're going to be wrong next. And why have one mistake cost you your entire account? Doesn't make sense, does it? No. So okay, and close this out. And here is another profile, another set of opportunities to trade in this market. Could look at the very same thing here, this daily chart, and we don't have a clear-cut inside bar here. This particular day may end up being a clear-cut inside bar with this green bar here engulfing all of it, but we don't have one really clear-cut right there. So we could trade a breakout either side of this. I like to wait for an inside bar before we make a particular move in that direction. We could see if we could do this on a weekly basis. It's already broken out up there. The week's just starting, so we can't really tell very much about that. So we're just kind of taking a look at some of the different types of markets. Now let's pop down here. Profile, save as. Yes, you already know what I'm going to do next, don't you? We're going to do Great British Pound, US dollar. Candlesticks 1. This doesn't necessarily have to be candlesticks the way we're trading it using inside bars currently, but we'll be looking at some additional things and candlesticks will be one of those. Using candlesticks will be one of those trading methods that you'll find very handy. Okay, here we go. Okay, so we're going to drag and drop, drag and drop. Again, we're just creating another profile, and creating profiles gives us additional, may give us some additional trading opportunities. That's what we're looking for, rather than simply waiting for one particular currency pair to do all the things we'd like to see it do. We multiply our opportunities by multiplying the number of trades that we get involved in different markets. That's a basic principle of diversification, but we have to be careful because it has to be a truly diversified trade. And I'll talk to you more about that in a bit. But for now, let's take a look. Let's enlarge our charts here and see what the Great British Pound has to offer today. That's interesting on the monthly. Okay, just actually is kind of meandering along there. The weekly is, of course, following suit. Yeah, daily is okay. Nothing. We could look at things. Maybe some bottoming out here due to these particular types of candlesticks. Actually, there we have an inside bar, and we could actually trade the inside bar. Let's take a look. Unfortunately, we can't because 267 pips plus you add 3 on one side for 273 on the other side for 273 outside of our risk parameters. So that's a trade we would pass on. You pass on trades outside of your risk parameters because taking those trades can get you in trouble. Now, when the daily seems like it's too big in a particular currency pair, of course you can always look for those same patterns in smaller time frames, like the 4-hour here. 4-hour is this is a very popular time frame to trade, and it's short term enough for those who enjoy the action itself of Forex trading, because it can provide a lot of trading opportunities, while long term enough to produce some nice, meaningful moves, as we can see here. Actually, you see right here, breakout of that inside bar. Actually, it's to both sides. That's another technique called fading the breakout. So you wait for it to break out one side, and you then place your pending order on the other side of that bar prior to the inside bar. And in this case, if you're going, would have first gone long, perhaps, and then down here short to stop yourself out. But you want to stay short. Another inside bar here. And this inside bar, as you can see, spinning top. We'll talk about candlesticks, but spinning top, inside bar, and you can see here the slowing down of that particular downside momentum. Going back up. That's actually called an outside bar, when the high is higher than the previous high and the low is lower than the previous low. That's kind of the opposite of an inside bar. Another inside bar, no breakout to the downside. There is a breakout here to the upside. Let's see, we would have still stayed long based upon the breakout to the upside. And once you're in an inside bar trade, it's going in your direction, let it continue in your direction. Right? So we'd still be long, still be long, still be long. Then you could either trade again the breakout of the inside bar itself or the bar prior to the inside bar. We'd be doing that to the short side. You can see all these things here, which mean that upside momentum is slowing down. You can see that in these candlesticks, that doji and the spinning tops here. But nothing I would trade in particular right here, looking at the 4 hour or even the 1 hour. But again, it's here in case you want to come back and take a look at the pound dollar. We both want to do that later. So okay, we're going to pop over here, and basically this is our exercise in profiles. It's another very popular currency pair to trade. We'll pop in here and let's just set our profile up. Sorry, wrong one. No problem. If you put the wrong thing in there, just put it in here. Whatever you pop over the top of it, it replaces the previous currency pair anyway. It's pretty neat, huh? Yeah, I love the way this works too. So, okay. Okay. So there we have it. Let's see what the US dollar Japanese yen looks like. Monthly, could be some bottoming out there. Let's see weekly, what the weekly looks like. Okay, just approaching some previous lows back here from December '08. That's interesting. Daily, let's see what things look like. Okay. Japanese yen really can really get moving. Don't see any particular pattern that we may be interested in here. So okay, let's see. 4 hour. Again, just shows you have to be selective and. Mm, 1 hour. The 1 hour still in a breakout of this particular inside bar, the low of that inside bar. This one doesn't look too, it's not down there, so I'm not necessarily thrilled about these, what I'm seeing in these particular trades right here. So we'll probably just get back and take another look at those at another time. Here we are back at our euro dollar US dollar trade. Nothing's happening, so there's nothing else to do here. But we've got some additional profiles set up, and the takeaway, as they say, the things to be learned in this particular continuation of trading real time is that when you do find good patterns and good trades like inside bar breakouts, then you can do those on a number of different time frames as well as a number of different currency pairs. So this, it always gives us something, some potential that's somewhere and something that we can do. All right. Until the next module, well, we'll be looking at live trading once again. Thank you. Okay, here we are back again today, and we're in our trade. We are officially short the euro dollar US dollar. And let's take a look here. Let's go down here to, okay, so we are 38 pips to the negative currently. And judging from the looks of this, we've been about 53 pips to the positive. So we've had an opportunity here to take profits if that is what we wanted to do. We wanted to stay in this trade longer for the purposes of demonstration and not set any trailing stops. We'll pop in here to the hourly and take a look real quick. We broke through here and sold off. Went down nicely. Now actually when we were 53 pips to the good, we could have actually placed a break-even stop right back here where we were in the market before. If, again, our trading methodology was calling for that particular type of stop. Okay. Now I'm going to start on the larger time frame. We're going to work our way back and look at a few things, and we'll also talk more about stops and stop placement as well. The monthly chart right here, we're taking a look at the monthly. I just wanted to make that a little larger. You can make your adjustments here by zooming out or zooming in. Zoomed in for a taste here. On the monthly chart, again, it's been a strong upward move, strong downward move, strong upward move. And we haven't broken out of the previous month's high or low. So there's nothing really significant happening. We're really in the middle of the range here. Okay. All right. Pop over to weekly. Here we go. All right, into weekly. Now we were previously short based on a weekly chart because we found a weekly chart pattern, and we found a weekly bar that was small enough to fit into our risk parameters at the time. So we sold at the break of that weekly low. Now here, as it happens, we're selling the break of this weekly low, and it has broken down. We have some negativity there, as evidenced by the red candle, but it's early in the week. Now here's what we really based our trade upon, was the daily chart, placing our stop up here and our entry point right down here. So again, we came out a little bit to the good, then the market moved back up against us, and this is where the market is now. It's about 1/4 of the way back up to where our stop is. And we're going to leave our stop in place currently because it's based upon what we've got drawn up here, where the market had a little problem getting through that as our resistance line. It did break through support, and we sold based upon that. Take a look at the 4-hour here. Top down trading again. Had a nice size bar down, and then a turnaround bar. And this is the reversal bar here, actually. It's the bar up. Then we move up, and here's where we are right here so far today. Okay, we can expand that if we want. Since we've been expanding them, we'll take another look at it this way. Now here we are. We've come down here. We started to move up, and we really are kind of meandering, but then we do have a push back into the territory here inside of our trade. In fact, we take a look at that on the 4-hour. We're inside of that, back inside of our channel. We make profits when we get outside of our channel. We make losses if the price goes up to this point. And it's important for you to see these numbers. Again, that sometimes the market will immediately go with you and you're in a profit, and there are times when it simply will not look back and it'll continue in that particular direction. In this case, it went nicely with us and then it reversed and went back and moved in the opposite direction. So that again is, a natural part of trading. One tendency that many traders tend to have is to want to move the stops. And it's, believe me, it's quite natural. No one enters into a trade and go, hey, I immediately want to lose. That's not how any trader's mind works, even the most successful traders. So the tendency is, wow, you get a little bit to the good. I'm going to, protect my profit here. And you keep hearing sayings such as, you can never go broke taking, a profit. Well, that's not exactly true. The account equity, which is the sum total of the amount inside of your accounts, and follow the arrow here, we'll go down to the bottom here. We're about 85 pips to the good in our account. That's thus far. Okay, and that's the equity. Your account equity grows when the sum total of your winners is greater than the sum total of your losers. So, for instance, if you have a series of winning trades and they all add up to $15,000 and all your losing trades all added up to $10,000, then you've made a $5,000 profit on top of your initial equity, whatever that might have happened to been, what that might have been at the time. So the tendency, again, as we stated, is to want to do something all the time. And you can do that, again, dependent upon your trading methodology. You can set your stop to break even. You could set your stop back here, and you could trail it along these highs here. I'll give you an example of what that looks like by putting some horizontal lines down. And you won't be able to put very many down because it didn't go very far in our direction. But once it got down here, you could actually do that, and you'd be able to pull a profit out, which at this particular time, that doesn't look like such a bad idea, does it? Wow, we could have grabbed a profit instead of being currently in a loss. Well, a lot of things happen in the middle of a race that don't really have anything to do with the outcome of the race. And the market's moving to and fro, fluctuating as we call it, is completely natural. Giving the market enough room to move, that can be the challenge. That could be the challenge, especially for individuals with smaller account sizes, but it could be the same challenge for, let me erase that line, for people with large account sizes if they are risking too large a percentage of their equity per trade. Okay, that was a long-winded way of saying we don't have to do anything with our stop. We're going to leave this trade as is. We're going to leave our stop up here. And yeah, we could actually trail it down to any number of these points in an effort to reduce our exposure. And some people will actually go through and move not only a stop to a break-even point, but a stop to points such as these, that high, then down to that high, Then down to that high. Of course, someone would have been stopped out at that particular point. And that's called a trailing stop because it trails or follows the price action. So a trailing stop on a sell gets lower and lower and lower and lower as the price moves down. Going upward, a trailing stop gets higher and higher and higher and higher. And a trailing stop is designed to help the trader preserve the profit or capital in general. And it's a very useful tool when we give the market enough room. Now you can imagine having a trailing stop that's 1 pip. Quite obviously, it would have to be a very slow moving market for a 1 pip trailing stop to be effective. I would venture to say you get stopped out a lot trying that. So with all that in mind, and again, the long-winded way of saying we're going to have to be patient and we're going to see where this trade goes. Now, the possibility that the market can move all the way up here and stop us out is there, as well as move down from here and get us into a better get us into profit and a better position. So what we're going to do is we're going to leave this trade and we'll come back to it and we'll take a look at it and we'll see where we are from there. Thank you very much, and I'll see you in the next module. Hello and welcome back. We are still short the euro dollar US dollar, and as you can see here, the market has moved against us, and we are down 164 pips currently, and we're watching the market move up towards, right here, towards our stop. Now, what most likely will happen in this case is that we'll see some continued activity to the upside, and then we'll see the stop get hit. Okay, so when we see the stop get hit, that's important information to know because every trade's not a winner. We stated that before. The key, of course, is to have the sum total of your winners be greater than the sum total of your losses. So we look back down here. This is where we are equity-wise. And this is important, too, because you have to evaluate how you feel about actually being in negative equity. So at 49.61, we're actually below the $5,000 mark that we started off with as far as profits is concerned. So that in and of itself is something that we need to digest, and it's important. Now, it may not sound that important right now as we're working on a demo account, but believe me, when it is real money, it will be important. So treat it as if it is. Now, the $163, $165 down that we are currently out of a $5,000 account is not cause for panic because we are properly trading using risk control. We have the right lot size right here in order to take a number of losses and still have enough in our account to continue to trade. That buffer is very, very important because no matter how many good opportunities come along, if you don't have the money in your account due to poor risk control or whatever, then you won't be able to take advantage of those opportunities. So we'll leave this, close that down, and what I'd like for you to do is go over to your profiles, and remember we had a euro dollar US dollar candlesticks intraday 1, so click on that and open that up. Okay, there we are. Now, what I'd like for you to do here is go to profiles again and save profile as. You can pop this up here, but we don't want that name. We actually want USD CHF. So we're interested in the dollar Swiss franc. And we'll save that profile, and then what we do is we go over here and we drag and drop. There we go. Drag and drop in this manner, so that we have this one intraday as well, because what we want to do is look at a shorter term trade. So what we'll do is we'll take a look here, and let's enlarge our charts. Daily. We're just kind of meandering back and forth there, so there is a breakout right here to the downside of that daily bar, so that would be an interesting trade. It'd be interesting to see what would happen down here to a breakout of that, but we're looking for something shorter term. The trend here is clearly down. Now we may bounce back up at this particular stage because of these prices here, which may form some level of support. And again, the support being a place where prices do not seem to be able to penetrate on the downside, and resistance is a place where prices do not seem to be able to penetrate on the upside. Okay, that's 4 hour. Let's take a look. Top down trading, the 1 hour chart. Again, getting ready to bounce back down into this particular area. In 15-minute. Five-minute. I don't see any necessarily intriguing types of trades here. But we could always, again, take a simple trade that's some people will take a breakout of a 5-minute bar as well and trade that particular breakout, which is interesting. So there's an inside bar right there too. We could also trade that on either side of this particular bar and sort of bracket on both sides. But in this case, we're talking about intraday, so we again have to look at risk reward. So we can take a look at, if we were interested in this trade, I'm going to take the ATR, or average true range, move this down here to 1, because I'm keenly interested in where we stand here. And you can see this very small number of pips we're dealing with as far as that the ATR. Basically, when I set the ATR to 1, it's an average. It's just the one bar that we're looking at. Okay, so having that's kind of small. I'd rather move up actually to a 15-minute, and let's see what that looks like. I just want to see the range of the bars, especially if we're looking to buy the breakout of the high, sell the breakout of the low. And it's interesting here because it has broken through this particular price to the downside. And that's interesting, isn't it? Has broken through. So let's see what we look like here. Not very many, 10, 11 pips here and there. Now we could always take this short side trade right here. We actually take that trade at the market and place a buy stop right above this level here. That could prove to be relatively interesting. Let's go to an hourly. Okay, going to reduce this again. Okay, here we go. Okay, okay, so 37. You can see the various sizes of the pips there. 37. Okay, all of trading on this in this range is all within our risk parameters for certain. We can trade that with no problem. Let's see the 4-hour. Okay. And in reality, the 4 hours are fine too. Again, the larger the time frame, the bigger the range is going to be. And you have to adjust your risk parameters accordingly, and also your reward parameters. If we're looking at 5 minutes, then we're seeing 10 pips here, 10 pips there. But as we're looking at larger time frames, we're looking at 20, 30, 50 pips, etc. Let's take a look at the daily. And I'm going to have to pop in here. Where are we? There we go. And grab an ATR. I want it to be a 1 period. Just want to see the range. This is a handy little way for us to gauge risk and reward. Okay, so we're seeing things back here in the range of 100, 150 pips. But this is a sideways daily. It's sideways. It's, of course, the main trend has been down, but it's not doing very much in here. Really, I'd like to see a breakout of one side or the other of this in order for it to show us that it wants to go in one direction or the other, so that we can have some real momentum. 4 hours. Let's see, 1701. Okay. No, not really. Not seeing anything particularly interesting in. We could trade this, the hour here, and we could trade a breakout, and we could trade a breakout again based upon some support down here, and have our either breakout on the upside or on the downside. That's one thing about the market, as you'll notice. It's going to go one direction or the other, or meander back and forth. You see every bar, you see some are definitive, some bars are breaking out. You see that bar's testing that high. As we said before, testing that high. Things get tested. Now, here in this case, this is a kind of middle of the night inside bar trade. You see these all come down this way. That's the end of yesterday, actually, looking real good. So I think in essence what we're going to do is we're going to leave this alone until we see something a little bit more definitive, and then come back and find something that makes more sense to us as far as the trade's concerned. So we'll reduce that. Okay. And that's that. Okay, so let's pop back to our other. We've got this profile there, so we're all set there. I'll go back to our trade that we're in, and it's up here dancing around at these levels, looking like it's going to go up a little further and perhaps stop us out. So we'll have to see what's going to happen a little bit later. So for now, we're going to leave this alone. We'll come back and we'll seek out an additional opportunity in perhaps that US dollar Swiss franc a little bit later. Sometimes there's just nothing that seems clear cut, so you want to leave those things alone. So we're going to do just that. We're going to leave those things alone and we'll come back later and trade some more. Thanks. Okay, what we want to quickly cover today is adding additional expert advisors and indicators to MetaTrader. Okay, so down here you'll see in the navigator window a list of indicators. You also see a list of expert advisors right here. Okay, we have one down here, and I'll show you where you'll need to add those in order for them to show up down here in the navigator. So what we're going to do, the first thing we're going to do is we're going to close down MetaTrader. Okay, go up to File and Exit. Okay, now this is where you place the expert advisors and indicators that you get that are commercially available. If you buy a Forex robot that is an expert advisor, then you download it. Probably it's in a zip file. You would unzip it, and what you want to do is to go inside of your MetaTrader installation in your program files MetaTrader directory. Then you want to go to experts. Double click on experts to open. As you can see here, we have the moving average experts. Okay, and what I've done is I've just stored a couple of expert advisors here. This is just for the purposes of illustration. They don't go here. These are some I just stored here just so we could copy them to the correct directory. So I hit Control C, go back over to experts, hit Control V to paste, and the MACD sample and the other MACD samples show up. Now there are two different types of files here. You'll see an EX4, which is the executable file, as well as the MQ4. The MQ4 is an editable file that you can open up your editor, MetaTrader editor, and make changes to it. The reason you're seeing these in this case is that these are demonstration files that come standard with MetaTrader. If you're buying a commercially available expert advisor, you will get the .exe file, which is not one that you can edit. Now also notice that this is in the experts directory, straight in the experts directory. Now in a subdirectory of that called indicators is where you would place any indicators you would have. You download an indicator, you buy a new indicator and download the EX4, and it is going to show up. You want it to be in here, so it'll show up in the navigator window. So let's start MetaTrader and see where the new expert advisor is. Okay, here we are. So let's go down and click on expert advisors, and there we have it. MACD sample shown up. Usually when you're installing an expert advisor, it will be smart to shut down MetaTrader prior to the installation of the expert advisor, and then place the expert advisor in the correct directory in the experts directory inside of your MetaTrader directory in the program files. But that almost sounded a little confusing, isn't it? Your installation directory contains an experts directory, and that's where you place the expert advisors. And that experts directory, there is a subdirectory called indicators, and that's where you place all of these, is in the indicators section. Since we're here, let's pop in and take a moving average expert advisor, and to get an expert advisor activated, you simply left click, drag it, place it on the chart. You'll notice immediately that there are inputs that you can change. If you want that to be one lot, you could do that rather than 0.1. You could change these things too, provided you understand what things are to be changed. If you're using a commercially available expert advisor, then it's advised to use the standards as dictated by the vendor. Okay, live trading. Okay, click up here on expert advisors to activate. And when you see the smiley face, you'll know that everything is just fine and that it's all set to automatically place trades. Now what I'll do now is I will remove the expert advisor, and that's that. Okay, the same holds true for indicators. You grab an indicator you like. Let's see, moving average. We drag it, go on a different chart here. And this is a 10 period moving average. Simple moving average, okay. You can do that there. MACD, you do the same here. And you can change things around here, again, dependent upon what your particular methodology dictates you should be using. Okay, indicator list, MACD, I'm just removing it. Right click or Control I. Just cleaning up the charts here. So the charts are all nice and clean. So you see where that is on the navigator menu for all of your indicators, expert advisors, custom indicators as well. And that's basically it. You see how simple it is to install an expert advisor and get it up and running. And basically all of these that are commercially available will have a set of instructions with them that make it very straightforward for you. So next, we're going to continue to explore more of MetaTrader. Hello and welcome back. As we wrap things up in our final module, I'd like to cover something very important to all Forex traders that you don't see mentioned very often. Now, what we want to do first of all is we want to have a look at our typical screen here that we've got set up in our profile. And we're looking around here at the euro dollar, US dollar, and it takes time to kind of line things up and let the market travel into the areas where the trading opportunities are the best. This is why you won't see and haven't seen examples every day. Being patient that's part of it. It's a very important part of trading. So keep that in mind. We've covered setting everything up, getting you ready to trade, and then this important final component, I'm going to cover something known as correlation trading or Forex correlation. Now let's take a quick look here at monthly. See, we're down on the month here. Now this is a fresh month, so not too much is going on so far. Down in the weekly, down in the daily, obviously. We've got a little bounce there. 4 hour, not too much going on. And up here, sideways actually. So what I want you to do is, let's stretch this out this way. Okay, and also go down here and grab this one, and let's grab that chart and stretch it out this way. Now, the next thing I want you to do is to take this chart here and transform it into a 1 hour. And the very next thing that I want you to do is to take the bottom chart and transform it into a US dollar Swiss franc chart. Now you'll notice something very interesting. Do you see it? I know you can tell me exactly what it is. And what it is that we are looking at basically a mirror image. This bottom chart appears to be a reflection of the top chart. What does that mean? Well, that means that the euro dollar, US dollar, and the US dollar Swiss franc have a very high level of correlation. When the euro dollar goes up, the Swiss franc goes down. And that happens in varying degrees, and the amount of correlation, quite naturally, does vary over time based upon volatility and a number of other factors. But as you can see here, if we took this, and let's go up to daily on that one, let's go to daily on this one, go to weekly on this one, go to weekly on that one. You see that? In every time frame, basically, it is a mirror reflection. So why is this important, you're asking? Why are you showing this? Okay, we're showing you this because what many people mistake for the safety and risk control of diversification is actually absolutely nothing of the sort. What do I mean by that? Okay, let's say, for instance, we were at this particular point on the weekly, and we thought, wow, this is really good. What I want to do is I want to use a system that says, hey, I'm going long. And this is, of course, hindsight, so this is just a hypothetical example. Please understand that. So I'm going long. I'm going to go long here. And you have another system which you use that says, hey, listen, I should be going short the US dollar Swiss franc. Okay, so you've got two positions on. You're feeling excited because you're like, well, I've got two trades on. I'm diversified. I've got money in the euro dollar, US dollar, and I've got money in the US dollar Swiss franc. So the trades are on. The fact of the matter is you're not really diversified, because going long the euro dollar, US dollar is the same as going short. So effectively, you have basically put on two of the same position. Now, don't let that confuse you, because as you can see, going up here, going down here. Now, in this particular case, you would have been in really dandy shape because quite obviously the market went up. Of course, you didn't know that down here. And quite obviously, the market down here went down, right? So you would have done just fine if you had taken the other type of trade, where, say, you were going short here and you decided to go long here, thinking that you were diversified. And to some people, diversification means I have on more than one trade using more than one system. But the truth is, what effects is it going to have on your equity? This is basically it. What's going to happen to your equity? This is the core of all of it. And what happens in this case is it is not true mathematical diversification. Now, I'm not going to continue to rave on and on about this. I just want you to understand it's important. And you can do experiments with the different currency pairs here using this same kind of method that we have shown you here in order to gain some perspective on what's happening. So let's go here to hourly. Let's go here to hourly. Okay. So here's something interesting. We're actually going to place a trade, and we're going to use correlation to help us out, and I'll show you how you can do that. There are ways that you can offset your risk by using correlation that are very, very handy. So here, let's take a look here. Now let's see. Let's say we wanted to go short here. Okay. Now if we go short in the euro dollar US dollar for whatever reason we choose to go short, we can offset some of that movement by also going short in the US dollar Swiss franc. And let me show you what I mean by that so you can actually see it as far as changing equity is concerned. So I'm going to look here, look at the trade possibilities. And really, rather than necessarily waiting for a setup, I'm going to get us in a position to dive in so that we can see this in real time. Okay, so the first order is I'm going to sell, and I'm going to sell this particular thing at 1/10 of an entire lot. I'm going to sell the euro dollar US dollar. Okay, and I'll just give you an example of how this can work. So there we go. I've sold that. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to immediately go down here and I'm going to sell the US dollar Swiss franc. Okay, so I've sold that. All right, now you can see right here what kinds of things are happening, and you can see things change. Now watch this number here, which is the profit, and watch it very closely how it bounces around. Okay, very interesting stuff. Okay, it's really starting to move. Now you see that. Now the combination of this, these two things, can be called what's known as a synthetic security. Okay, and synthetic security is it's like a made up security composed of several discrete individual components. Now we know that there is no currency pair known as the euro dollar US dollar Swiss franc, one it wouldn't be a pair, it'd be a quad. So, but that what we actually have trading here. Okay, we actually have basically this price movement here is the price movement of our synthetic security. And excuse me if that seems a little strange to you, but many people will trade, naturally those who are knowledgeable, based upon the movement of this particular synthetic security. And you can see it moving along here, and the whole objective would be either to offset some loss in one direction, and sometimes to just basically have this trade until it moves into a positive area and close out that trade for what's known as a scalp, in fact. So that makes that very interesting. Now you see how that's moving along. See the changes here right down there? And keep in mind that there are a number of different ways to do this. And you say your trading system has dictated that you're going to go short this particular currency pair, euro dollar, US dollar. Another way to do it, rather than looking for the combination of the two to move in the positive territory, is you can simply leave your short trade on, and when your short trade down here moves into positive territory, you could have you could have a simple profit target, and say you wanted to get 20 pips. When it moves into 20 pips positive territory, you could then be in a position to simply grab that 20 pips and use that 20 pips to offset any movement against your original trade. So I hope that makes sense. I know it may be a little bit confusing because this is a concept that not many people, if any, are talking about. Correlation trading is something that you need to know about, and you need to know about the relationships between currency pairs as you're doing your trading, because otherwise what you'll be doing is you'll be doubling up your position when you didn't really care to. Now say again in our example that you're going long in the euro dollar, US dollar, and short in the Swiss franc, then if you're risking, say, your 3% per trade, then you end up effectively risking 6% because you're effectively using two trades which are the same. So as the market moves, as the euro dollar, US dollar goes in one direction, the US dollar, Swiss franc goes in the other direction. I know that's okay. I may be confusing. I don't want to lose anyone here, but let's go back down, and you can see where we're moving here, and we're letting things move along as we want to, and the market hasn't really gone anywhere, has it? You know, it's been relatively quiet. It's been relatively quiet. So when we look for some sizable movement in one direction or the other, and we would have an opportunity to come down and close out our entire position as a profit here. And as you can see, we're still in negative territory here, so there's nothing that's really going on. Now here's another technique that you can use. You can actually leg into these. You could actually sell at the same point we sold before, the euro dollar, US dollar, and then you could allow it to move into a profit. Okay, and when it moves into a profit, then you might want to sell the US dollar, Swiss franc, and that will actually help to protect some profit, because if you sold it and this is moving down, then if it goes back up, the US dollar, the euro dollar, US dollar is moving against you. So it starts to go up the U.S. dollar Swiss franc starts to go down, then you have an opportunity to to grab some profit. And even though it's moving against you here, you're still making some money down here where you can lock in 5, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 pips or so as things move along. Okay. Let's see how this trade develops. I'm going to place this on pause for a moment, and we'll be right back. Okay, we're back. And what can you see that's different? Okay, let's take a look down here at the changes. You see where the pips have moved up here, and the euro dollar, US dollar moved down here. And you can see that our overall equity has gone up rather than down. It's pretty good stuff. So you can adjust things dependent upon the direction you feel the trade's going to go. Or if you're in a scalping mood, like we're going to be right now, we're going to jump in with just a little bit of profit, and we're going to close that order. Now we're going to jump in and we're going to close that order. Done. Okay. Let's see, account history shows last 2 trades. Okay, and you can see here 24.30 plus and 20.41 minus for a total of 3.89 to the positive. Now, in using a standard contract, we would see movements that would be greater. In fact, they'd be 10 times as much. So that would be basically a $38, $39 profit quickly taken. That's, again, you take profits that quickly. That's simply a scalp. So just a quick scalping trade, and that's an example of one way to trade using Forex correlations. I hope that you can see how important correlation and understanding correlation between various currency pairs can be to your trading. These correlations can also be used when looking at levels of support and resistance. So for example, we'll pop here to a daily chart, and we'll just run into this as a sort of an added little level of bonus coverage. Okay, let's draw this. Okay, horizontal line here. Also, I'd like a corresponding horizontal line there. Okay. So these areas where the price can't get through or doesn't go through, don't say can't, never say can't when it comes to the market. The price seems to be tough. It resists going through the top of that. That's a level of resistance there. Now, the opposite is true when the prices seem to not be able to penetrate a bottom. That's an area of support. When you're using correlation, you can see how these line up down here in that same time frame, right around here, right around here, as you can see on both those charts. It's resistance up here at the top, at the same time support, and that becomes a turning point in which the market begins to travel in the opposite direction. And levels of support and resistance, some people believe they are sort of self-fulfilling prophecies that folks who use technical analysis swear by. But the reality is, you can see there are certain levels where self-fulfilling prophecy or not, where the price seems to bounce off this invisible ceiling, if you will, and it seems to bounce off this invisible floor. And looking at these types of prices and levels gives you a lot of insight into things which may happen at some point in time in the future. So moving even aside from correlation trading into just straight levels of support and resistance, I'm going to increase the size of this chart so we just see the euro dollar US dollar here. Okay, you can see we bounced off this level. This is a daily chart. Okay, now give me another level here. We bounced off here, went back across, all the way back up to the top. We actually penetrated, but you can see this here, this candlestick pattern. We moved back down. We tried to penetrate again, and we came all the way back down to this level. Now, everyone who follows support and resistance will be looking for things to stall out at this particular level. And as you can see, they did, because we had a big bounce up, almost, well, it was past the halfway point of the previous day. We had a big bounce up, and then we started back down again. So we may see that prices may attempt to penetrate this level and go further down. Then the next point to look for would be down here. So support and resistance gives us a number of things to look at. And one of the important things is a level of risk and reward. So say, for example, we're up here and we travel down, we come down here, and we're moving back up. So we've identified this as a level of resistance, and we're wondering, okay, how much can we risk if we wanted to go short? I mean, you start to see the spinning tops, the candlestick patterns here, which are indicating that this upward trend is exhausting. That's basically a doji right there for all practical purposes. And we're expecting price to come up near here and bounce down. So if you were looking to get long in this area, for instance, you already see that there's resistance up here. So if you're already looking to get long and there's a possibility there may be a bounce off resistance, then your reward is not that great. Whereas the risk on the short side from here down to this level of support is pretty huge. It's pretty huge. Okay, so that makes perfect sense. You can see this for yourself, and these levels are true really regardless of the market. I'll pull another market over here, and we can draw some levels so you can get a quick look at what's going on. Let me turn off auto return there. And say we'll just go back a ways. Okay, and let's look at our resistance being up there, our support being down here, and let's go by here one at a time again. We bounce off. We're moving up nicely. Now, you'll notice this may be a more major level here, and as we come down further, other levels come into play. Okay, you can see this level here moves up, bounces off that level, comes back, bounces off that same level that we previously identified. Let's see what happens as we move on. Okay, bounces off the level, goes up, doesn't quite make it, comes back down. It's pretty even along here. This period in which the price moves back and forth is known as congestion and consolidation as well. Those are two names used for it. This entire corridor can actually be considered a huge channel of congestion. As you can see, stalled around here long enough without going up. Sometimes that's an interesting sign too. Okay, and move down nicely. Okay. So we're going through and we're drawing levels of support and resistance as prices change. Okay, here we go. We have new support there. New resistance there. Falls down through. New support right here. And it narrows along and we just kind of meander around. Okay, so if you're looking here to get short, then the possibility that you get short and it run all the way back up here is strong. And so you have to look at the chart and determine if that level of move from here to back here, if your stop's back at this point, if it's worth it for you, if that works out for you. In this case, that's about 170 pips. So that's within acceptable using the 1/10 of a standard contract size, as we had discussed before, for the amount of our demo account. Okay, I'm going to pop this back up here. And we're going to go back to our original chart here. And again, these principles are applicable using any time frame and any currency pair. That makes them extremely useful and universal. Go back to our standard chart. Okay, daily, that's going to be 4 hour down there. So what we've covered is setting up our MetaTrader software, first downloading and installing. We've covered the file menu, the insert menu, installing and activating indicators. We've also covered basics of MetaTrader charts, as well as an introduction to the all-important risk control. We've had quick start tutorials as well as some sample trades with inside bar breakouts. We've looked at channel breakouts. We've looked at support and resistance. We've looked at a number of different things here. We've looked at how to actually place orders. We've looked at controlling our risk, which is quite naturally of paramount importance. We've looked at lots of things here. So we've covered the basics of what you need to trade successfully. And in reality, you could use something as simple as the inside bar breakout and be wildly, wildly profitable. So you have the basis right here and right now to experiment. And with a demo account, you can experiment with no financial risk to you. One word of caution with regard to a demo account is that don't get wild in the demo account. Okay, what I mean by that is that you should keep your risk at the same levels that you will have them when you trade your actual account, when you open up your real money account. So if that happens to be 3%, don't risk 30% in your demo account. Practice makes perfect. And if you practice the right things, you get better at doing the right things. And there is nothing that's going to be more important than controlling your risk. That will keep you in the game. It will definitely keep you in the game. Keep in mind also that sometimes being diversified is more, let's just say there's more to it than meets the eye. It's more important to realize whether you're diversified, even though you're trading two different currency pairs, as we had our example with using the euro dollar, US dollar, and the US dollar Swiss franc, which, as you can see, they have a very strong correlation to one another in the opposite direction. As one goes up, the other goes down, and vice versa. Keep that in mind. That will also, correlation also allows you to control your risk. So we've covered this. You have all the tools right here at your disposal to start performing your own tests, giving your ideas a workout, and make sure you keep meticulous records when you do this. That's very important. This way, you won't be fooling yourself, because when you try something, you want it to work. This is typically how it works. Keep this in mind, okay? Keep this in mind from this training, and take this away. When you're going through an idea and you're seeing something, it can be on any particular chart, could be euro dollar, US dollar, 1 hour, and you have certain ideas about where to get in and out with support and resistance. Write down what your idea is, and write down what you want to test and why, and also write down your results. Don't skip any bad results. In fact, take this bit of advice. When you have an idea or a method or trading system, your objective really is, in testing, is to break it. You start off and you trade with it, and you look for its vulnerabilities, and if you find a system that you cannot break, that sounds like that's a very good system to trade. Listen, it's been inspiring to be able to share our Forex experience and trading expertise with you. We thank you very much for your participation in this Forex course. Good trading and best wishes to you. Thank you.